in person, but I still think this is going to be really valuable. Caitlin from the Iowa Golf Association is nice enough to put this on for us. She's got a lot of experience in this, has conducted these. Some of you might have even been at a couple years ago. She came up and did an in-person rating, but the weather was horrible and didn't get out on the golf course. Not sure what it is, but this will be kind of a virtual version of that. We won't be able to get out on the golf course, which is the best way to do it, but we certainly will kind of go through the whole book and talk about procedures and stuff. But first, just, Zoom etiquette, keep your microphones muted until you have a question. You can jump in at any time, but I'm pretty sure Caitlin will probably, at the end of every page of the book and offer up a time for guys to ask questions. But if you write them down on the in your notebooks or your notes, sometimes they'll get answered, before you, within the next few minutes. But just go ahead and unmute your microphone then and jump in with a question or a comment. And we want this to be really interactive. We got a wide variety of, some of you guys have been doing this for many years, have a lot of experience, but, some of the new procedures you'll probably have some questions on, some clarification. And then we've got some new raters that, don't be afraid to ask questions as we go. And that's what we're here for. As far as the itinerary, we're going to talk about, obviously, going through the book itself, all of the calculations and the factors, filling out the sheets and that. We'll also talk a little bit about the actual process of doing it, as a team out on the golf course. Caitlin, go back and forth as to what best practices are for how to actually tackle the rating in the field. And then obviously we'll do a virtual rating of at least a few holes that Caitlin's done them through her Google Earth imagery, and we can see how the process that she went through as she looked at all of the factors. So again, keep your mics muted. And I'll turn it over now to Caitlin from the Iowa Golf Association.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom, and really appreciate you guys being on here. This is a great group, and just kudos to Tom and Ben for getting you guys into this, and it helps the association a ton to have volunteers like you guys helping us out, because it's a pretty big task. Course rating, keeping up on it and getting to all parts of the state can be pretty challenging without the help of volunteers like you guys. So I know, in Iowa, we couldn't do it without them. We appreciate them so much. So I'm sure it's the same from the SDGA. So I will, can everybody see my screen all right? I shared the PowerPoint one. Is it, Tom, can you see it okay?
Yes, I can see it, Caitlin.
Okay, perfect. All right. So just to kind of give you an agenda of what we'll be working through, and as Tom said, you can really just jump in and ask questions at any time. How we're going to go through it is really just working through the different sections of the guide, which I know some of you have, but I think all of you should have the digital version. And as we're going through this, I'll try to have the guide up and available in areas where we're talking about it. So if you have it, you can follow along, but don't worry if you don't. You'll make it through all right. We'll help you out there. So yeah, we'll just work through the different sections. When we get into looking at the different obstacles, we'll kind of look at the page in the guide, and then we'll go into looking at examples of the adjustments, because for those of you who have rated before, the adjustments are kind of where things can get a little confusing if you're not sure exactly how to use them. So we'll just take a little time to look at different examples of that. So hopefully that'll help you, when you get out on the golf course, recognize a few of those things.
Hey, Caitlin, can I jump in for just a second?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I've done only because I've forgotten to do it on about 87% of these things that I've tried to record. Do you remember to hit the record button on this one?
Yes. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, so we will we'll jump right in. So we're going to start right at page 1 in the guide if you have it in front of you. So we'll kind of use that as we go. We were kind of talking about this a little earlier on the call before a few of you jumped in, but there is a new guide this year. Those of you that have a book from the past, they kind of gave us a sticker to put on there to make it valid through 2019, but this year it is new. They have made some updates to it. Specifically, the first thing you'll probably notice is the font size is quite a bit bigger. Similar to the last version, there's just one book for men and women. There's a table or two that they've combined. So they've gotten rid of the separation for men and women and just put them into one. And then on a few of the different adjustments, I feel like they've done a little better job of explaining exactly how they want you to use them. So I think it'll make it a lot easier to be consistent in the way that you're applying it. So those are a few of the major changes there on that. This book came out after a 4-year cycle, so you'll see some change, probably in some language too as we go. But I think similar to when the rules of golf changed, if any of you went to any of the seminars or things like that, this presentation is going to mostly focus just on the new book. So I won't really reference too much what's changed, just to try to keep what we're going to be using going forward in your head instead of referencing old. But if you have questions on that, we're happy to answer those things for you too. So and then the other thing, there's kind of a decisions book for course rating. It's called the Course Rating Manual. And for this year, for 2020, it hasn't been released yet. They're still working on it. But rather than a print version, this will be only digital. So that'll just be distributed to us and to you, at a later point. But it's all going to be just, probably a PDF that you'll be able to use. All right, so just to kind of give a brief introduction of course rating in general, the rating system was designed to, rate courses and make sure that we're doing it in a consistent way, so that all courses now around the world with the World Handicap System are using this same system to rate all golf courses, so that, regardless of where you're going, where you're traveling, that handicaps can be relative to everybody's can be measured against each other. So course rating is definitely the foundation of that entire system. So it's a pretty big thing to kind of be a part of, and a really important element of it. So really the accuracy and consistency are the main elements of course rating, and that's kind of the whole idea of keeping up with the new book. And then at the association level, we have to go to calibrations and things like that, so we know that we're rating the same regardless of where we are. So when we rate a golf course, we're rating it for the scratch golfer, which a lot of you are probably familiar with seeing that number. That's really what a lot of golf courses put on their scorecards. You'll see that scratch rating, but we're also rating the golf course for the bogey golfer. So we're getting a scratch rating and a bogey rating, and with those two numbers, that's what ends up getting us the slope. So if you kind of think of it as the difference between that course rating and that bogey rating is how we get to slope. So a course that plays similar for a scratch golfer and a bogey golfer, which is roughly a 20 or so handicap, then the slope's going to be quite a bit lower. If there's a big difference, if it plays really difficult for that bogey golfer, then that's where you see those really, really high slope ratings. So just to kind of give you an idea of how those tie into the rate or into the handicap, world handicap system. Okay. Any questions on intro stuff? Probably not yet, but if not, we'll jump into just some of the definitions here. Similar to the rules of golf, the definitions are extremely important because they use them frequently throughout the book. So you kind of have to know what they're referencing. So I would suggest, if you just run through these and just have an idea of what these definitions are, that's a really useful tool when you're out there rating, because you can know what they're asking you to do. So we'll go through some of these. We're not going to go through all of them, but I just pulled out a few that are kind of come up quite a bit as you're rating. So one term that is used quite a bit, specifically when you're talking about things near the green, is closely bordering. So what that term means is that an obstacle is considered, or it is considered closely bordering if it's within 10 yards in any direction of, they mention a landing zone, but typically it's the edge of the green. So you'll see that closely bordering used in bunkers, for example. So that's what the chart is based on. It's bunkers that are closely bordering the green. We're going to be measuring, how the portion of the green that they cover, things like that. But they use the term closely bordering, which means within 10 yards. Another term that's used is extreme rough. And, this you can kind of think of as, fescue, things like that. It also includes things like that. Anyways, they don't come up too much in Iowa, but things like, sand dunes. It can be things like that are under groupings of trees, like the tree roots, rocks, things like that. But they're just all conditions that the ball will possibly be lost, or it'll be very difficult to advance the ball in the same way that you normally would. The other point that is very important in this is that with the flexibility that clubs and committees have now with marking the golf course with penalty areas, it's really important to either, determine ahead of time by talking to the professional or the superintendent, finding out how they play these areas that are, tall, extreme rough, because it affects the way that you're going to rate that area. And we'll kind of talk about that as we go, but just to bring that part up, that it's always a good idea to talk with the course and find out how they actually play these areas, so you know how to rate them. And then the area that you are rating the extreme rough in are typically in crossings and also in lateral. They can come into play a little bit in R&R and bunkers, but mostly you'll be tracking them in crossing and lateral obstacles. All right, so the next definition is layup, and there are actually two parts to layup. The first is called forced layup, and that occurs when the golfer, because of an obstacle, or maybe it's a fairway landing zone that's really, really a tight area, that it's forcing the golfer to kind of play back from where they normally would. So in this example, like in this picture, if a golfer's landing zone is in this area that's just short of the green, they're clearly not going to be able to play from an extreme rough or penalty area like that. So that forces the golfer to lay up to this area in the fairway just short of it. So that's the idea of a forced layup. There's also the concept of a layup by choice. You know, honestly, we don't use this a ton when we're out rating, but it is an option, and it's, you know, something you can think about if you think that the golfer might want to use a little bit more strategy to play the course in a different way. So this might be when a significant obstacle is near the golfer's normal landing zone, that you kind of feel that golfer probably wouldn't try to play it from that area. They might maybe use a little more course management. So it can be for the bogey or the scratch golfer that you're doing that, but in most cases, you know, the scratch golfer or the lower handicap golfers tend to use a little bit more course management when they're out there playing golf. So, you know, you tend to kind of use this. Maybe there's like a really, really tight area, like a squeeze of where something, maybe there's bunkers that are making a landing zone really, really tight. And you kind of know, you know, a scratch golfer probably wouldn't try to land it in this little area. They're probably going to play it back to maybe, you know, instead of trying to get up to 50 yards away, they'll lay up to 70 to kind of avoid getting close to those. So that's an idea, or that's kind of the whole idea of the layup by choice. Again, we don't use it a ton, but it's there if you think that a golfer is going to use strategy a little bit more. All right, definition of mounds. And these mounds come into play quite a bit, and we'll go through kind of where you add those in, but it's just good to know what these things look like when you're out there. So a mound, you know, the definition of a mound, it has a distinct side slope that impacts the stance or the lie, makes it difficult to play. It can be, you know, in the fairway that you're accounting for this. And if that's the case, you're going to do that under topography. But if there are mounds that are maybe in the rough near a landing zone or near a green, those are going to fall under the recoverability and rough category. So when you're, you know, when you're evaluating these mounds, you're just taking in all elements that would make this shot a little more difficult to decide if you actually need to apply this or not. You know, you never want to just be adding things on to be adding them. If there's a tiny little, you know, one little mound, is that really, you know, should we really tag something on for that if it's really not going to affect golfers that often? So you're really just, you're evaluating the stance, the lie. You're also looking at rough height and just how it will impact scoring. The other thing, so hollows. So maybe it's it used to be an old bunker, maybe an old greenside bunker or something like that, that they have decided to convert to a grass bunker. Those fall under mounds. And so they're essentially an inverted mound. So if you think of it that way, you're accounting for them, you're considering it a mound. It's just that, you know, it's kind of going the opposite way of what your mind typically thinks of as a mound. So here's just a couple examples of mounds. So you can see here, there's, you know, quite a few around this green. You have some that are sloping up, but then you have some areas that are kind of falling away from the green. This, you know, this would definitely be considered a mound, and this is how you would add it in. So you can kind of keep that in mind when you're out there looking at them. This is an example of one of those, you know, hollows or inverted mounds. This, because it's in the center of the fairway, you would probably account for this under topography. But if this were off to the side in the rough, you know, that's where you would probably do it under the R&R category. But so just to look at a couple of those examples. All right, this term near comes into play quite a bit. This is another, you know, distance measurement similar to the closely bordering. So for near, That is, if an obstacle is near a landing zone or near the green, it's within 20 yards in any direction of the outside of that landing zone edge. So where this comes into play quite a bit is when you're thinking about fairway bunkers. So for a bogey golfer, a fairway bunker can be anywhere on the hole along the line of play and it'll count. But for a scratch golfer, it has to be near, meaning that from the edge of their landing zone, it has to be within 20 yards. So that's where this term tends to fall in or come into play. So when you see that, that's kind of where we tend to use it most. But the important thing here, you know, a lot of obstacles as we go along, you'll see that we measure them from the center. For this one, we're measuring it from the edge of that landing zone to be considered near. Okay, so we have this term, obstacle squeeze. So this could be, you know, in this example, it's bunkers. It could be lateral areas such as, you know, extreme rough or water or anything like that. But for an obstacle to be a squeeze, it has to be present on both sides. And the way that it works is you end up adding an adjustment in whatever category you're working under, you know, bunkers or lateral. If in total the distance between the two is less than 30 yards, you're going to add 1. If it's less than 20 yards, which would, you know, that'd be a pretty tight little spot to hit to, you're going to end up adding 2 as an adjustment. But just as that, keeping that obstacle squeeze in mind, for those of you that have, you know, rated before, this is a term that they've changed. They adjusted it, which I think is a good change, to be where it's the total yardage. It used to be that they would state that it was from the center. It had to be within 15 yards on either side. And I think, you know, in this example on this picture, then technically this would not be a squeeze because there's one that's 13 and one that's, you know, 16. So they changed that a little bit, but that's just one that I think they've improved it. So just know that it's the total yardage between the two obstacles. Okay, so these new concepts of penalty areas, you know, this was incorporated in the last book with those stickers that they sent to us, but you know, just part of the guide now. It's, you know, these penalty areas include anything that has water in it, you know, the seas, lakes, ponds, anything like that. But it could also be an area that maybe only occasionally holds water. That can also be considered a penalty area. Or it could also be an area that the committee decides to mark, you know, with a red line or with red stakes. So it could be those areas that, you know, are normally just fescue and golf course. A committee now can define those as penalty areas. So kind of a change there, but just something you have to be aware of when you're rating those lateral and crossing obstacles.
Just before you get a step farther, how do you determine what might possibly have water in it? Who does the local course going to be telling us that, or is that something we can just make a decision on?
Yeah, I can speak like what we do in Iowa, and maybe Tom, you can speak on what, you know, info you get from the course. But I'd say we kind of tell our raters, you know, if you can clearly tell that it's an area, say maybe it has a drain pipe that's feeding into it, that you can tell, okay, this probably has water in it some of the time when it rains and things like that. Go ahead and rate it as a penalty area. Otherwise, if there's any question at all, we just tell our raters, you know, make a note and ask the superintendent or ask the, you know, whoever your contact person is at the club. because yeah, some of those are tough to tell, and some of them can be either. So it's like you kind of have to rely on how is this played most often at your club.
Right, and I think in the instructions that we give, we ask the course to be marked, properly, so it's really visible. But it's also nice to have somebody from the course, going around with you that can answer those questions, or if there's any confusion. But we're in the instructions we give them, hey, we're coming out to rate, get it marked like you're having an event, and so there isn't a lot of confusion in that regard.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on the penalty area stuff? And well, we can talk about it a little bit more too when we get into crossing and lateral. Okay. So I think this is our last definition, is a tier. They've changed this a little bit, the language on here, but really the only thing they've changed is this part that's underlined here. So, so what a tier is it's, you've probably heard the term before when you're talking about a green, but it's when you have two distinct plateaus on the surface area, and it has to be separated by at least a 2 foot or greater elevation change. So the language that they changed, they said it must include a significant portion of the green. It used to say, I think it was at least half was the language before. Now they've changed it to significant portion to be able to give you as raters a little more flexibility. But a good point in here is that, that they need to be plateaus or areas where hole locations could actually be. If it's a section of the green that maybe it's a little tier, but they really never put a hole in that area, then I would not rate that as a tier, because it's not being used that way. So that's a good thing to keep in mind, is that you just want to look and see if, hole locations have been there, or ask about it. So that is for the tier. The way you can kind of tell, as far as that 2 foot or greater elevation difference, because sometimes it can be a little tough, is, a ball won't normally stay at rest on a ramp between those two tiers. So if you place a ball there and it's not going to stay, I think that's pretty clear that it's falls under the tier category. So picture's a little blurry, I know, but this is, just that example of a tier. You have the two plateaus and the ramp between. So this would clearly be rated as a tier. And I'm sure many of you have kind of a hole in mind comes to mind when you start talking about this. Okay, so that is kind of working through definitions. Does anybody have any questions there before we jump into the next section here? Okay. All right, so now we'll just kind of talk about shot length information, things like that. So this is on page 4 in the guide, but this is really those shot lengths that we're using to find those different landing zones, where we measure things like the obstructions or really everything that comes into play for that golfer. So for this, for the scratch player, we assume that they're carrying the golf ball 230. For all golfers, roll is considered, it averages out at about 20 yards. So that's why you'll see roll as 20. And that's really the width of those landing zones that we're measuring. So typically, and I think maybe on the next slide, we'll kind of look at those different landing zones. Typically you're not going to the very, very end of that landing zone. So you're not going to the end of that where they hit at 250. You're kind of going between the 230 and 250 to get an average idea, the average spot of where these things would come into play. So really in this chart, they hit their tee shot a little bit longer than the second or third shot, which makes sense. But the way that this chart comes into play and is really important is that carry yardage, because you end up using that for when you're considering crossing. If a golfer can safely carry something, this is what these yardages are what you're referencing. So always good to have this kind of bookmarked or in mind when you're out there rating, to help you decide if a golfer can, how much of an impact and an obstruction will, or an obstacle will have for them. The other thing that you want to keep in mind is that the rating system assumes that both the scratch and bogey golfer are hitting a straight shot. So, if something's in the way, say a tree, we're assuming that they are playing a straight shot and not trying to shape it around anything. So just also, remember that as you're going around the golf course. So these are the landing zones that we're talking about. They're based on those yardages that we just looked at, but this is a par 5. So you have 2 landing zones for this. So you're stopping at each of those points and measuring to different obstacles. Okay, so there are some situations or some occasions where the golfer is not able to reach the green in the designated amount that they're supposed to. So say for example, it's a long par 4. This is saying that maybe the bogey golfer can't get there in 2 shots. They end up just short of it. So what this chart is in here that kind of tells you, okay, if the whole yardage falls into any of these categories based on how many shot hole it is, that it'll probably be a transition zone. So what we'll look at on the next slide, and you'll kind of see it in a couple different areas as we go through, but the reason this is important is it affects things like green target ratings. It also affects how we measure those different landing zones based on how often a golfer, can reach the green and things like that. So this chart is helpful, but honestly, the easiest way to remember it is on a 1-shot hole. If after the typical number of shots, so on a par 3, if the golfer has 10 yards, anything on 10 yards or less, that's going to be considered a transition zone for them. If it's a 2-shot or more hole, it's going to be 20 yards as far as or less would fall into the transition zone category. So that's probably the easiest way. If they have that left, that's when you're going to kind of fall into this category. Okay, I'm gonna go through this one. Those that have rated before, this is probably gonna make a little more sense. Those of you that are brand new, I don't want to say it'll be confusing, but it's just kind of a more I don't know, complicated part of the rating, just the transition zone concept. So if you don't get it right away, don't feel bad in any way. It makes more sense when you're out on the golf course too, for sure, rather than talking about it on here. But I'll still go through this. So just kind of hang on as we go through. Hopefully it won't be too bad here as we go. So for that transition zone, so the situations where the golfer can't reach the green in regulation, the thing that we're doing the same as we have in the past is we're determining the green target, And there, when we get to that, you'll see, but there's a row at the very bottom of that green target table that is designated for transition zones. So you use that when this comes into play. So we're still doing that exactly the same as we have before. So we're finding that green target using that transition zone row. And then for those of you who have done this before, you know that that green target rating is then used to determine R&R and also bunkers. So that part is exactly the same as it's always been. So that hasn't changed. What has changed is what they've done for the things that you measure at those different landing zones is they've put in language to make it a little easier to determine, you know, am I measuring to different things at, you know, their first landing zone or the one just short of the green that they couldn't make it, you know, which one am I supposed to use? So they've kind of cleared that up, and they say if you can reach the green at least 50% of the time, use only the long shot for evaluating obstacles near the green. So if you know the golfer based on, maybe it's a really downhill shot, so they're gonna make it there, you know, maybe 75% of the time. If that's the case, you are evaluating those things from the longer shot. On the opposite, if they cannot reach the green, you know, if they reach the green less than 50% of the time, then what they suggest is you're using that, you are going to evaluate things at that shorter landing zone. So they say, you know, at least 10 yards from the front edge, and you'll evaluate those different obstacles there. I think on this next one, we have an image. So just to kind of play it through one more time, you know, for the bogey golfer, that first landing zone is B1. It's a transition zone for them, but if you think they're going to get it there most of the time, you're only using the B1 yardage to decide what things are going to come into play at the green. B2 is only if you don't think they're going to get there. Maybe it's a really severe uphill and you're just like, there's no chance they're going to get there 50% of the time. Then you would use that B2 shorter distance to evaluate those things. I'm just going to pause there for 1 second. Does anybody have any questions on the transition zone stuff or the kind of the change there? Okay. All right. So the next concept we have is an obstacle not existing on a hole. This is an important thing to remember, that if the yardage that they use is 50 yards, and it's the same for men and women. So if an obstacle is outside that 50 yards, it's considered to not exist on the hole. And so we don't put a value we don't track a value on the form in that case. So in this picture, in this example, you know, we have a fairway bunker. Maybe we have some, let's just call that like extreme rough on the right side. And then we have a river or something on the right, and then OB just behind the green. You know, the red line is showing us what's 50 yards. So in this case, you know, that extreme rough, or maybe those are trees, we're going to say, yes, that does exist on the hole. OB, even though it's just like a sliver of that OB is within 50 yards, because it's there, we're still going to give it a 1, just acknowledging that it exists on the hole. For that water, we're going to say no, it does not exist because it's outside of that 50-yard limit. Okay, any questions on section 4 here?
Caitlin,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah, yep, go ahead.
I hate to back up here, but when we were talking about the transition zone
Yeah.
and talking about reaching the green.
Yes.
In the past, it's been reached the center of the green.
Yeah.
I believe it still says that in the book.
So one thing that they've added in now in Green Target, and when we get to that, they've added this extra row to the bottom that allows you to adjust if the golfer, it basically says the rating value may be adjusted by ±1 when the center of the green is close to the front or back of the transition zone. So they're still considering it just reaching the green, but you could adjust a little bit in that area in Green Target if it's maybe just short of center or if it's further back than center. So they're given a little flexibility there with the transition zone stuff. So I think it kind of comes into play there now. But yeah, it used to be like getting to center, but those transition zones give us a little bit of leeway with, you know, the 10 and 20 yard increments.
Well, it makes more sense, but.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay.
You know, just to break in, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Caitlin, but for most, you know, normal sets of tees that you're running, you don't run into too many transition zones. You get into these when you're rating, you know, a bogey player from the, you know, further back set of tees that has a bigger yardage. But most of you rate a lot of courses and never have too many transition zones for the kind of the main tee for men and women, because they're all set up to be within the, you know, proper, you know, yardage amounts for those players.
Yep. 100%. So the other time you'll see it is maybe you're rating a forward tee, and the scratch golfer can get pretty close to some of the greens on, you know, par fours and things like that. That's when we kind of see it too, like the scratch male golfer, you know, you're rating the forward tee for them, and they can, you know, it's a 260 yard hole. They can get pretty close. But yeah, for those, because you're rating the main tee for each gender first and foremost, yeah, this really comes into play when you're rating those kind of one-off back tees for these different golfers. All right, so we'll keep moving with section 4 here, which is the evaluating obstacles. Just to give you kind of a base on what these values mean as you work through the different obstacles and the different tabs, the scale that things are rated, you know, if something doesn't exist, which we just talked about that, you're going to see that, you know, 0 rating, and the highest rating that you'll see, you know, and it has an extreme significance, it goes up to 10. You know, that if you're getting 10s frequently, you're probably rating things a little too high. You might be adding too many adjustments and things like that. You really shouldn't be hitting 10 very often. It has to be a pretty extreme circumstance. But so if you're getting 4s, 3, 4s, and 5s, those are pretty typical. So if you just kind of keep that in mind as you go, those are kind of the average, getting those 3 to 5 values. Okay, so just to, you know, I've been mentioning the term adjustments, and this one here is just the adjustments that are in lateral obstructions, but kind of as you work through them, you work from top to bottom, so you apply them in that order. And that's important because, you know, you have adjustments such as percentage, meaning you've decided that maybe only some of the time this, you know, maybe it's extreme rough, but it's really thin extreme rough, so they can maybe play from it on occasion. You might decide to use a percentage adjustment, but it's important where that falls that falls in this order, right? So, you know, if you apply these, you're taking a percentage of that, and then the ones following are going to be added on without being reduced in any way. So it's just important that you work from top to bottom when you're going through those adjustments. The other thing that is important is that you are rating assuming, you know, that they're playing under the rules of golf. I think in the old system, this was a little more important because, you know, there wasn't as much flexibility with marking penalty areas. You had courses that were playing things as lateral, like as a water hazard when they really shouldn't have been, you know, so you were having to almost rate the course. You were having to rate the course different than what it was marked, which is kind of a tough, you know, a tough concept to grasp, because you're like, well, they're playing it that way, so we should rate it that way. Now I think this is a lot easier to do, this, you know, rating under the rules of golf, because there is that flexibility now with those penalty areas. One other thing that you want to keep in mind, specifically when you are looking at carrying something or crossing an obstacle, they use 10 yards as kind of the cushion that a golfer, you have to give a golfer at least that much clearance to get over something. So, you know, when I mentioned those different carry values for the scratch and bogey golfer, you know, you're assuming they're hitting it 10 yards past, you know, clearing something by at least 10 yards. So if their carry value is only getting them 5 yards over that obstacle, then it's not realistic that this golfer is going to carry that thing. So just remember that 10 yards is what the amount you kind of have to give them to navigate over something. All right. Also, another thing, obstacles behind the green are valued less because less than 10% of the time, they say that a golfer actually hits a golf ball over the green. They're usually short. So because of that, if you have an obstacle that exists behind the green, you actually end up downgrading it. In the old, you know, you might have been doing this already because they sort of instructed to reduce things that are behind the green, but they've actually worked it in now with these different adjustments in bounce and percentage to just make sure that people are applying this consistently. So, you know, the practice that you were probably already doing is now just it's just kind of defined under one of these categories. But just know, if it's behind the green, even if it looks significant, golfers don't usually hit over. So we need to kind of reduce those values. All right. Any questions there in section 4? Okay. So we'll talk about the pre-rating preparation, some things you can do ahead of time. So this is just a look at what they call the Form 1. So this is what you are filling out as you're going around the golf course. What you'll see is that on the left, that's a picture of, you know, the tabs on your guide. And then you can see how they correlate with the way this form works. So when you're collecting, you know, as you're going, you're collecting different information in these different areas. But then you can see those that are in gray work the same way from top to bottom as your tabs. So that's kind of how, when you're actually using the book and finding your ratings, that's how you kind of go through taking your values and use the book as you just go from top to bottom. Another thing that is extremely important, because the yardage is a major factor in how the ratings turn out. I think it's pretty significant how much that comes into play for specifically the the scratch golfer, I think it almost accounts for like 85% or more of what the rating value is. So when you get these yardages, you definitely need to verify them, because as many of you, I'm sure you know, that there's a lot of courses that want to have their course seem as long as possible. But that could also mean that they're measuring it from the very back edge of all of their tee boxes, and that clearly is not the way that we as raters measure a hole. So just make sure that you're verifying this. We'll be using Google Earth later to kind of go through those hole by hole examples. So you'll see the tools and how they work to verify some of these things. But just know that it's a huge part of rating, and just make sure that you check them kind of as you go. And Tom, maybe do you as the association verify the yardages for the raters, or do you leave it to the teams prior to their rating to check?
Well, I might even pass that off to Keel, having only actually done a couple of them last year. I mean, what is your normal procedure, Keel, or any of the guys who've rated now for years?
Well, we have run into situations where it's obvious that the yardage that they gave us is in some cases not even close.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of have relied on the yardages that they gave us. We haven't in the past checked every yardage, but when it's obvious that the yardage is off, then we do remeasure it. So.
Yeah. Yep. And we kind of leave it to our captains too, to verify the yardages. So it's pretty similar to what you're talking about. A lot of our captains have gotten pretty comfortable with Google Earth, so they'll just spot check a few of them, you know. But yeah, it sounds like kind of the practice you're using is similar to what we're doing too.
Yeah, we haven't used Google Earth, but that is something that we can do.
Yeah.
And I'm just making a note here myself that, you know, in the instructions that I send out to the places is that, you know, don't just send us your scorecard. Make sure you're measuring basically from the middle of the teeing area that you know is used for that set of tees. So it's a good thing to verify before.
Mm-hmm.
Can I interject? Is the yardage measured from the line of play, or is it measured in a straight line from tee to green? I would assume it's line of play.
Yeah, so you are measuring like the center of it. So if there's say it's a slight dog leg, you're finding that pivot point and you're kind of doing a measurement to that point, and then, you know, a straight line from that to the center of the green. So yeah, okay. It wouldn't be if they're like cutting certain things in that way. So you're measuring, the center of the teeing area, like the average of where they typically use for that particular tee to the center of the green. Yeah.
I understand that. And then so like for a scratch golfer, 250 yards, you'd go out 250, then determine the best route to get to the hole from that point for the next shot.
You're not really using a particular golfer like the scratch or the bogey. You're just measuring from the tee to, say, if it's a straight hole, you're really just measuring it from that tee to the center of the green.
Understand.
Yep.
The dog legs, but it's just like a dog leg. That would be, so it's basically just a landing area that's straight down the center of the fairway, then to a landing area that would be down the center of the fairway to the green.
Yep.
That would be the measurement.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That's exactly right. Yep. Okay, so as I mentioned, the Google Earth, there's actually, I would recommend there's Google Earth Pro, which you can download for free on the Google Earth, from the Google Earth website. The reason I would do that is it can help you decide elevation. It shows you elevation change in that one. You can use the one that's just kind of the base, and you'll be just fine. You'll just have to, check elevation in a different way. But it can be kind of useful to get that pro version of it.
Yeah, and just a caution, you just make sure the image date you're looking at is recent, or understand what date it is. And if we get into showing Google Earth, it'll tell you the date that the picture was taken. So
yep. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, so these are is just a list of some of the things that you can, prior to the rating, measure to kind of save you time while you're out there. So as we said, you want to verify those yardages. You might decide, approach shot lengths and landing zones. We use a spreadsheet that we just type in the yardage total to tell us our landing zones. And I think Tom has something kind of similar to that. So you can do that ahead of time. The widths and depths of each putting green, that's something you can probably pick up off of Google Earth. If you wait until the course, that's fine too. It's just something you can do ahead of time. You're probably going to get, mid-season green speeds from the superintendent. I know that we ask for them on our form, so that's something you can get ahead of time. One thing you can do is you can get the, distance to carry different obstacles off the tee, or maybe, in front of the green. Those are some measurements you can get. You'll get the grass height, what they cut their rough to. And then, elevation change, you can get that. And then, for us, we do factor in wind, but we have kind of a standard wind adjustment that we put in. And that's not something you as a rater really evaluate. It's more on the association side. All right. So any questions on the kind of pre-rating stuff that you can do? Okay. So we'll jump into section 6. We're talking about just the rating procedure, things you want to keep in mind as you're going. So conditions when you're rating the golf course. What you always want to keep in mind is how does this golf course play mid-season? So you might have, you might be rating early spring when there are not leaves on the trees yet. Maybe they've cut down all of the fescue, so it almost looks like it's just rough. Green speeds are going to be a lot slower, things like that. Those are all things you will have to put aside, and you need to find out mid-season, how does this golf course look? And, mid-season is when most of the rounds are played. So we're just trying to get, how does this golf course play a majority of the time? So you just want to keep mid-season in mind when you're rating a golf course. The other thing that's kind of nice is if you have multiple tees if they are within 25 yards of each other, you don't have to rate them. So that's always great. Save some time. The other thing that you can do, so the SDGA can any yardage that is over 7,000 yards for men and 6,000 for women. You don't actually have to do a rating for it. You just use the nearest tee values, and you put in the true yardages of that longer tee, but you can use the values. So you actually don't have to rate those tees. And then the same is actually for a shorter set of tees that's below 4,800 and 4,000 for women, assuming there's a tee rated, near that. All right, I think this is raters' the favorite part of the whole deal is it is recommended that after you complete a rating that you play the golf course. You get a lot of insight from doing that. It might be something where maybe you didn't add roll on a course, and you end up hitting a tee shot when you're playing that course, and you realize that you do get a significant amount of roll, you obviously can adjust your rating and add that in. Maybe maybe have something where you didn't catch visibility, you know, from a landing zone. So it's always a great idea to play the golf course to just collect extra information about the things that you've already collected during the rating. All right, that's it for section 6. Any questions there on that stuff?
Caitlin, what if you had to, you know, estimate, you know, the normal time it takes your teams to do a 9 or an 18-hole course? Well, I mean, what would it be guidance-wise?
We typically, with a lot of that prep work that you can do now with Google Earth, that saves quite a bit of time. So I'd say it's probably close to what it takes you to play. Normally to play the golf course is about what it takes us to rate. So, you know, 2 hours, 2 or a little more per 9.
And that's to do, you know, the main tee rating, and then you might have to go out and, you know, do, you know, a few other tees that are outside the 25 yards or.
Yep. That's usually, so we've been rating quite a few tees or further back tees for women, and then forward tees for men. So I'd say on average, we're probably rating 2 tees for women and 3 tees for men.
Okay, within that 4-hour time frame, or is that, I mean,
typically, yeah, I would say probably closer to 5 for a full, depending on how many tees. You know, if we're doing two for women and 3 for men, there's probably some holes where we're only rating 1 tee, you know, if they're close enough. So that's just like, we tend to, you know, if a course says we want the red rated for women and the blue and the white and blue for men, we'll usually do the red, white, and blue for men and the red and white for women, just to kind of get more, to accommodate those golfers that want to play those tees.
Right. Well, I think that's kind of the gold standard, as I understand it, is that every tee should be rated for both genders. But I mean, sometimes that's you know,
yep,
not really necessary to spend a lot of time rating a 800-yard course for women when you know that they're not going to play or
yep. The only time I'd say we do that is if we know it's like a college course. You know, something like that.
Sure.
But typically it's, just the 2 most forward tees and then a few more for men.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so section 7 is just going to go through the first few tabs in the book, and we're going to be talking about the effective playing length corrections. These are things that adjust sort of the total yardage for the course in rating terms. So it makes it either, you know, play longer or shorter, which affects the rating quite a bit. So these are pretty important elements, these effective playing length corrections. So we'll work through each of these. The first that we'll talk about is roll. The one change here that they've made is, I think on this one they might have added one more column. Actually, I might be incorrect on that. Well, anyway, roll, the things that affect roll are, you know, the slope of the fairway, the tilt can affect that. You know, how firm the golf course is. If it's usually a pretty dry golf course, you know, you can assume that a golfer is getting a little bit more roll. Obviously, if it's wet quite a bit of the time, maybe you end up taking a little more off. And then you also have some situations where maybe a golfer's landing zone ends up in rough. You would want to account for that in roll, because they're clearly not going to get as much roll if it ends up in an area of rough. So this again is assuming that a golfer, you know, they typically get between 15 and 25 yards of roll, you know, that 20 yards that we keep in mind for their landing zone. So this is if they're getting anything more or less than that. So that's when we're using this roll factor. So here's just an example. You know, we have a hole that's has a pretty severe incline. You know, maybe this is their normal landing zone, just short of the green, but due to roll, you know, it ends up taking it back a little bit. So each point of roll that you add is equivalent to about 5 yards. So you as a rater might want to decide to adjust that landing zone based on the amount of roll that this golfer is going to get. That would also be, you know, adjusting their approach shot length. If you think that, you know, it's a pretty significant amount of roll, you know, you want to rate it from where you think the golf ball is going to end up most of the time. And you can tell that quite a bit too from, you know, divot patterns. So that's kind of something you want to look for when you're out there. But yeah, just 5 yards per point of roll. The next concept is dog leg. So we're just going to go through an example here of this. So here we have this hole that is, you know, dog leg right. We have, we're going to use the bogey golfer here. So we know that they hit their tee shot. If we're looking at this shot length table on the left, we know that their total tee shot ends up at 200 yards, but they can only carry it 180, right? So if we're looking at this bunker on the right where this yellow line is, we're saying it's 190 yards to clear that bunker and to kind of cut this corner. So that's not realistic for this golfer. On the other side of it, if they hit their full tee shot, which is that 200 yards, it's going to end up into the rough because it's going to exceed this dog leg corner. So in that case, under dog leg, to this point that's in the middle where they're most likely going to hit it, we're going to assume that they hit a 185 yard shot to the center of the fairway at that pivot point because they're not able to cut it. If they hit that full shot, they're going to be in the rough. So we need to make an adjustment for how this golfer is actually going to play this hole. So in that case, under dog leg, this hole is playing 15 yards longer than it normally would because we're kind of having to take them back from, you know, their full tee shot. So under that dog leg category, we would end up having a 15 yard, adding a plus 15. The other concept, which we talked about in definitions, is this forced layup. When the golfer we're not doing it by, you know, an optional thing where we're making a choice. This golfer is forced by what obstacles are on the hole. So in that case, maybe in this situation, the golfer is having to lay back from that obstacle 10 yards. So on the form under forced layup, for the bogey golfer, we're going to put plus 10 because it's essentially making the hole play 10 yards longer than it would normally. Okay, so when we're recording the dog leg and forced layup, there's just a few things you want to keep in mind. If you decided to lay a golfer up by choice, you do not want to make this type of adjustment because we don't want it affecting the playing length of the hole. In this case, if you're just deciding to do it, if it's not a situation where they're forced to do it, we don't want it factoring into the rating and making it seem, you know, more difficult than what it should be. So if you're making a layup by choice, you're not recording that in the layup section. It's only if it was a forced layup. The maximum length that is going to be recorded in the system is plus or minus 50 yards. you know, for when we're typing it into the computer, it automatically limits us from putting anything over 50. So if you want to put something in there, like I think a lot of our raters just put what they ended up adjusting it by, like say it was 70 yards. I think they just typically write 70 yards, and you know, that's okay. It's just so you know, it's going to be capped at 50 for what actually goes in the system. So when we're adding yardages or taking yardages away, in this case, we want to change that shot length that they're using. So that is done under green target. So in this case, even if it exceeds that 50-yard limit, you use what that true yardage you had to, you know, say in that situation, the 15 yards for that dog leg, you're going to use that to adjust their approach shot into the green, because we kind of changed where they're typically hitting it from. So when you end up using this, you know, the dog leg or the layup, where a golfer is hitting a shorter shot, maybe from the tee, maybe they're not hitting a driver anymore, they're hitting something less to get to that landing zone. The system is factoring that in, and there's actually adjustments in both fairway and rough and recoverability to account for the fact that this golfer is hitting a shorter club, so they're probably going to be more accurate when they do that. So we need to account for that in some way. So there is an adjustment in both fairway and R&R when you end up laying a golfer up. Another factor that comes into play is elevation. And as I mentioned, you can get those measurements from Google Earth ahead of time. It makes it easier than trying to judge it with your eyeball when you're out there. There's also a couple apps that you can get to help you with it, that kind of tell you, you know, you kind of look at it at the lower point and then maybe go to the green and see what the difference is. The value that you record is the same for scratch and bogey. So you're just getting elevation from tee to green, and that's what's being entered in the system. And elevation has to be at least 10 feet, and it's measured in feet, not in yards. 10 feet or more in order to be accounted for. Does anybody know where this golf course is in this picture? Has anybody seen this before?
It's in South Africa, isn't it? Or
yeah, yep, South Africa. It's a 400-yard hole with 400 yards of drop. It's crazy. I think the green is supposed to be the shape of Africa too. That's pretty insane. But yeah, I don't think you'll see that. You'll probably see about the most, just, I think we've had one that's maybe been over, you know, 50 or 60, but you don't see it too much.
So is there an adjustment to be made for those who are afraid of heights and wouldn't be able to tee off?
Yeah, fear factor. All right, so the last elements that are also in those effective playing length corrections are wind and altitude. Now in Iowa, you know, we don't have altitude. You probably don't have too much of that either, do you? up there in South Dakota?
no, not so much. Gotta.
Well, you do in the hills, Tom.
Yeah, out west we do for sure.
Yeah. So you might have that. I honestly don't have too much experience in that part. We don't have anything that extreme to, you know, factor. So if you have those, I honestly am not up to par on those. So you might have to probably work with Tom on that one. But and then wind is also one that goes in there. we enter that in. The raters aren't really judging that. We had one of our captains that kind of did a study of what the average speed is in Iowa during playing hours of golf. And so we just use that value that he determined, and we enter that in for each course. So your guys, I don't know your situation, what you, Tom, do you know, do you add wind stuff in there, a wind adjustment?
I did in the two that we did, a couple we did last year. I did not. Okay,
gotcha. Yeah, it can just, it depends, it might be something, we probably reached out to the USGA too and got their thoughts on it. So
I'll make a note and I will do that.
All right, so this is just kind of looking at, we're referencing that form, just how do we track these in that form as we go. So this is just an example of a hole here. Maybe we decided that it's a little bit downhill, but just a minor slope. So, if we're looking at that roll chart, it's just going to be -1. So for that scratch golfer, maybe it's just in their landing zone. We just track that -1 there in that chart. Maybe from tee to green, it's a decent downhill slope. So we're going to put -20. And because that's the same for scratch and bogey, we can just account for it for both of them. Maybe in that example where the golfer's hitting through the fairway, we end up adding 15 yards, but it is specific for that scratch golfer. And on these, I'll just mention on these forms, the boxes on the left are for scratch, the boxes on the right are for bogey. So as we go, that's kind of just how you track scratch and then bogey, left and then right. Okay, and then we mentioned, maybe the original approach shot was 121, but because they ended up they played less off the tee, we're going to add that 15 yards to their approach shot, and this is what we're going to use to figure green target and things like that. All right, questions on the effective playing length factors?
Just, a note that, sometimes I think you get wrapped up in all the bunkers and the crossings and stuff, but the effective playing length accounts for a huge part of the rating, does it not, Caitlin? So
Yep.
It's good to take a lot of time to make sure that we're getting the first part of the process in as good as we can.
Yep. And I think for elevation specifically, like we've almost gone away from trying to judge it with our eyes, because you actually tend to overestimate it, overestimate elevation. So, with how much it plays into the effective playing length, element of the rating, it's just, if any of them that you can do based on data rather than just your observation is good.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
I live in Custer, South Dakota, and our course is about 5,300 feet. And when I moved here, I thought, oh boy, I'm going to get 10% more in the air based on the elevation, and that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
A pro golfer with a swing speed of 110 to 120 miles an hour may see some adjustment to the distance they can drive it, but for the most part, it's not a big factor. At least in my game, it's not.
Yeah. All right. Anything else, or we can jump into the obstacles, which that's kind of where we end up spending most of our bookwork time is going through these. So, all righty. So the first one we'll start with is we'll talk about topography. And this is specific to in those fairway landing zones that we predetermined. We're looking at the stance or lie problem. That's what you're looking at when you're kind of deciding if it falls in the minor, moderate category. But then another factor that comes into play is it uphill or downhill, the approach shot to the green? So the elevation that we mentioned before is from tee to green. In topography, this is where we account for if the golfer's approach shot has an uphill or downhill, lie or not lie, I guess. If there's any elevation change from that approach shot to the green, we account for it here. So that is what the columns on the left are. So if it's anything less than 10, we don't account for anything in the elevation change. So how this chart works when we're actually using it is, say a golfer has there's a 20-yard, it's an elevated green and it's 20 yards. And then within their landing zone, say they kind of have a minor to moderate stance problem. Maybe it's a little bit uphill stance or something that would make it a little awkward to play that shot. So what we do is we're going to this uphill. We say, okay, it's plus 20, and then we use that row and go over to the minor to moderate problem. And so we would put down on our form a 4 for that golfer. Then we would do the same. We use the same chart for the scratch and bogey. So maybe the bogey only has maybe they only have a 10-yard, but theirs is also minor or moderate. We're going to end up using a 3. So that's kind of you kind of use, is there any elevation? You use that on the left, and then we go to how awkward is the stance in the different areas in their different landing zones. And there aren't any in topography. There aren't any adjustments, so we don't have to talk about those. So we'll jump into fairway here. So this is a look at the fairway rating sheet. So we do have some adjustments down here that you can use. The one thing that they did, this is one of those charts that they changed in this new book, that it's now there's just one chart for both men and women. And so for men, you use the ones on the left and enter the table from the left. For women, we use the right side, and obviously we enter the table from there, kind of moving to the left from there. One thing, so we'll take a look at each of these adjustments, kind of show you some pictures of each of them so you know what it kind of looks like. But just some things to note. If you have an intermediate cut, so say this picture on the bottom, if you have that, when you are measuring these widths, you're actually taking the measurements from the center of that intermediate cut to the center on the other side. So you're kind of accounting for 50% of this intermediate cut when you're measuring those widths. So that's an important thing to note. And then also on a par 3, if a golfer can't reach the green, say it's maybe one of those transition zones that we talked about, maybe the golfer can't reach the green at all. You're not, on a par 3, you're never going to have a fairway rating, but you account for it in a different place. And I'll show you that later on. There's adjustments you make in different areas of the book, but you don't do anything in fairway if a golfer can't play that par 3. Okay, so let's look at just some of these adjustments and how you or when you tend to use them. We use this width adjustment quite a bit because there's a lot that falls under it, and there's ways to sort of increase or decrease that rating based on different factors that come into play in that golfer's landing zone. So there might be some situations where, you know, you have a contour or tilt. So in this picture, it severely tilts from left to right. That causes a golfer to play it to one side. So you're essentially making the fairway small, even smaller, because, you know, if a golfer plays it anywhere to the right on this fairway, they're going to end up in the rough. So we probably would want to add an adjustment in this case to account for that. Other ways you can account for things making, you know, hitting a fairway more difficult could be maybe these trees on the right really obstruct being able to play to a part of the, you know, to the center of the fairway, or a part of the fairway is blocked by it. We would account for that in width by maybe adding one. The other, so if we're wanting to say that a fairway is a little bit easier to hit, so we're taking some off of what the value that we get, so we're doing a minus adjustment. Say for example, you have a fairway that there are quite a few mounds, or there's something on one of the sides of the fairway that makes it so that a ball that hits that ends up kicking into the fairway. In that case, you know, we probably want to adjust, because that fairway is almost playing bigger than what it is, because a shot that is missed a little bit is going to end up in the fairway. So that's when you could make that adjustment. The other would be, you know, maybe you have a narrow landing zone, but the condition of the rough is, or the way they cut it, it makes it very easy to play from the rough. It's not that penalizing. We have quite a few courses in Iowa where, you know, that you may even have had the experience when you're out there rating and you have a hard time finding the edge of the fairway because it's almost the identical cut. In that case, you know, you probably want to reduce in this section using this adjustment, because it's not that penalizing to miss the fairway. This would just be an example. This is, I think it's next to a tee, but just to show you, you know, just to show you something. Maybe you know, if this is the extreme rough that's next to the fairway, that would be a situation where it's, you know, that's going to play very tough. Maybe the width of the fairway is, you know, 40 yards, but immediately next to it is something like this. You can account for it under this fairway adjustment. This is just that example of maybe the tilt of this causes the ball to stay in the fairway more often. That's where we could make that adjustment. So just a picture there to show you that. And then this is just talking about, you know, if the rough isn't that severe, we probably want to do something to reduce that value, because we really don't want the rating to be higher than it needs to, because it ends up affecting, you know, how many strokes the golfer is going to get.
That dude's got to upgrade their equipment.
Yeah, isn't that bad? Okay, so the next one we're going to talk about is green target. And really, of all the obstacle ratings, this is probably the most important, because the value that you get from this table, you use it 2 other times to determine 2 other table values for both R&R and bunkers. So this is extremely important to do it correctly. And the major thing that you want to do is just make sure that you're measuring the green properly. So how this table works is you have your effective green diameters at the top, which I'll show you how we kind of get those measurements. So you have those at the top, and then you have the scratch golfer on the left. So you use that yardage and enter the table from the left for the scratch golfer. And then for the bogey golfer, you enter the table from the right. And as you can see, there is a difference for men and women, which you know, makes sense based on the distances they hit shots. that we would want to have a different table for both of them. And then, as I mentioned before, with those transitions, this is where you'll see that 50-50 transition zone rating, where if you have a transition, you want to use that column, that row to determine what your green target is. And then you do have a little bit of flexibility here. This is new, where you can add or subtract one based on, if your transition zone ended up being 5 yards, I think it's safe to say that the golfer is going to get there most of the time. So maybe you want to, adjust this by a point to account for that. All right, so we'll look at each of these adjustments, but first this is in the back of your book. It's on page 41, but it just gives you a little bit of guidance on how to measure certain shapes of greens, especially if they're an odd shape. So I think on our on-course example, we're going to end up using this D for one of the courses there. I think it's Willow Run. But just know that this is in the back to kind of help you figure out how you get the proper dimensions when you have a green that's an odd shape. All right, so we'll just use this one as an example here. This green, we'll just walk through how you get this. So you want to get the width of this green. So you measure when you are measuring for course rating. You are not restricted to the direction that the golfer is playing the hole. So you just want to measure it from the furthest, really the kind of the best point on each side of the green. So it doesn't matter the direction of play when you're measuring these greens. So if we say this is a 32 wide, we're going to go exactly perpendicular to that line to get the next. And then you get that measurement. And once you have those two, what you're doing is you are finding that essentially you're taking and adding them together and dividing by 2 to sort of find the effective green diameter. Okay, so just to look at some of these adjustments that you can do, one that comes into play quite a bit is visibility. And it's one that, it's an easy one to miss as you're going along because you kind of get caught up in measuring everything else. And then you're like, oh shoot, I forgot to check if I can see that. So, but how it works is you kind of have 2 levels that you can make an adjustment. So you get your green target value. And then if you can see less than half the green from the approach shot, you will add 1 to that value to account for that. If the green is blind, meaning that you can't see the flagstick at all, then you'd be able to add 2 in that case. If you have that extreme situation where, it's really hard to see not only the surface, but just kind of where to go. This picture is a little blurry, I know, but this would be an example of an obstruction or something that's maybe blocking the green. A lot of times it's a tree growing next to it that you have overhanging branches that block some of the green. You would want to account for that in obstruction because it makes it a lot harder to hit that green when there's something in front of it. All right, R&R, or recoverability and rough. This is there are a ton of adjustments in this section, but really the one that you end up using probably the most are mounds when you end up when you're out there on the course evaluating things. At least that's what we end up evaluating quite a bit. But there are two charts for men and women. They're slightly different. You know, it's in the men's chart, you know, the ratings aren't quite as high, even if the rough is a little bit longer. So that's the difference there. You'll see with those different columns. But this is what you're using to determine which column you're staying in, and you pretty much stay in it for the entire rating of the course. This is what the superintendent will provide to you, the height that they cut the rough. So if they say, yeah, we cut our rough at 2.5, then for men, you're going to be in this 2 to 3 column. For women, you know, maybe you might have to ask them, okay, well, assuming they cut it at 2.5, maybe it's a little bit more. Most of the time it grows. So we're going to have them in this column here. So what I've seen before is, I think I picked it up from when the USGA was visiting for a seminar, is, you know, some of them will even put like a Post-it note and just block out everything other than that column, so they just can quickly use that column. It's kind of a good little trick. But and then you enter it from the left and the right, as you do in those other charts that we've seen earlier on for the scratch and the bogey. So this inconsistency, I think they actually took out an adjustment here and kind of added it into this inconsistency one, this last adjustment you can do. And that's kind of what we're showing here, is if you have a situation where a significant portion of the green is, you know, bordered by some sloping ground that's cut to a height that results in it, you know, moving quite a distance away from the green, this is where you can account for that. Let's see if there's this is a picture, you know, of grass mounds, which I know we talked about in the definitions there, but this is where you can add in anything for that, you know, near the landing zone or near the green. You can decide to add that in mounds. The other thing, for those of you that, you know, are familiar with rating, you probably remember the term rise and drop. They have taken that out as a term or as an adjustment in here, and they've just added it into mounds. So now you'll just, that's what these +1 and +2 are here. If a significant portion of the green is bordered by grass and a rise and drop of greater than 5 feet, you would be able to add one here. So rise and drop has not gone away. They've just tucked it under mounds. This would be an example of maybe that rise and drop. If this, you know, if this was a significant portion of the green, maybe in this case, if it's only just this right portion and a little bit of the back portion, maybe you don't do anything for it there. But we, you know, this would be something we would be talking about while we were out there in the rating. But this would be, you know, that 5 to 10 feet of drop that you could account for that under mounds now. This is also, you know, I mentioned in fairway that we don't put anything down for a golfer that can't reach a par 3 in a single shot, but we can account for it here in R&R, and that's under this 3 adjustment. And it's how you can, you know, if they can't reach it, you have a few options here. If the area is cut to fairway height, maybe you just end up adding 1, but say the part or the portion that's just short of the green is not, say there's not even fairway there, you might want to add 2 in that case for this bogey golfer.
Jen, question?
Yeah.
So can't reach par 3 and 1. can we still apply transition even though it's considered approach shot on a par 3? Is that dependent on what is in front of the green, or how do we approach a transition on a par 3 on a shot that can't reach the hole?
Yeah. So the transition zone for a one-shot hole is 10 yards. So if it's within that 10 yards, you can kind of assume that they'll make it some of the time, or 50% of the time. If it's anything outside of that, you're probably going to end up using like an adjusted approach shot, if that makes sense. Like you're probably going to treat it as if their approach shot is that shorter shot. You're not evaluating fairway, anything related to a fairway for a golfer that can't reach a par 3. You can evaluate other things based on that shorter distance, but not just, you'll just never have a fairway value. Does that, I don't know if that answered your question or not. Okay. Another adjustment that you can do, but it's only for the bogey golfer, is this carry over rough. And this is rough that is not extreme rough. This is just typical 2.5 or whatever the whatever they cut their rough to. This is what we're looking at in this situation. We can add something for the bogey golfer for them having to carry over this. So you use this chart, just how it seems, you know, how much of a carry is it for this golfer? And then what's the rough height? You can see that, you know, for men, if it's not over, you know, if it's only say 2.5 rough, that's going to have to be a significant amount of rough for them to carry for it to even qualify for a point. But still a good practice to just know this is here, and you can factor it in for a bogey golfer if it's you know, significant enough. All right, so we will jump into bunkers. The one thing it's just something that you have to kind of memorize and just really get in your brain as you're working with bunkers, is that the table value that you see assumes that there's a fairway bunker on every hole, even if it's a par 3. It's assuming that there is a fairway bunker in a landing zone. So we'll kind of walk through how you adjust for that, but just remember that there is always a fairway bunker. It can always considers a fairway bunker on the hole. Just to revisit that closely bordering term, that means it's within 10 yards of the edge of the green. So you can see that it mentions that in the table at the top, fraction of the green closely bordered by bunkers. And then that term, if it exists on the hole, it's going to get at least one A1 for the rating. So that example of existing on the hole, maybe for the scratch golfer, you know, that a fairway bunker has to be near, meaning, you know, within 20 yards of the edge. Maybe it's not for the scratch golfer. So, and then say there are no greenside bunkers. So that's the only, say that fairway bunker is the only bunker on that hole. Even though for the scratch, you know, they're technically a 0 because it wasn't near their landing zone. Because it exists on the hole, we're still going to give it 1. So anytime that it is on the hole, meaning within 50 yards, it's at least going to be a 1, acknowledging that it's there.
Caitlin?
Yeah.
When it says table values assume fairway bunkers exist,
Mm-hmm.
it's always kind of been a little confusing to me. I mean, you got a hole without a fairway bunker, but you you still give it a rating, obviously, if they're greenside bunkers,
Yep.
correct?
Yep. Yeah, the near a fairway landing zone is only tied to the scratch golfer. That we're really just thinking of the scratch because the bogey, if it's on the line of play at all, it'll be factored in.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just tied to the fair, or just tied to the scratch. So I can't remember if we'll look at that here in a minute. Yeah, I think I have a slide here in a few clicks. So we'll look at that on a whole, because it is kind of confusing when you're just trying to picture something where that comes into play.
Thanks.
Yep.
Caitlin, we always used to deduct one if there wasn't a fairway bunker.
Yep.
You do still do that?
Yes, you still do that.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so this, we kind of talked about this, so I won't spend too much time, but this is where you can account for that squeeze, where it's, within 30 or 20, you can make an adjustment there. You can also add in some adjustments or add some on if a golfer is going to have to carry bunkers to reach a landing zone, or to reach the green. You can add some in there. You also have this adjustment called the extreme adjustment. And this can be if some feature of the bunker, usually, this comes into play quite a bit, maybe if a fairway bunker has some fescue around it or things like that. This is where you have some extreme rough that interferes with the swing, making it hard to hit. In the picture on the left, it has stone, or maybe you have something like a pot bunker, kind of like the one on the right. This is under the extreme adjustment, is where you can add something in to account for how hard it is to get a ball out of that and advance it forward. This +2 is if you have the situation where they have to play sideways or backwards. That can happen in some cases. So that's when you would use that +2. All right, so for bunker depth, it is different for men and women, based on if you want to be able to give them or add them anything for add anything in for depth. For men, if it is greater than 3 feet deep, you're going to add 1, and for women, it's 2 feet. That's usually if we're adding depth. We tend to not get into the +2 or 3 depth. Those are pretty extreme, but we do see the +1 quite a bit. And when you're evaluating that, you want to imagine the part of the bunker that's probably going to catch the most, as far as where the golf ball is going to end up. If there's a part of the bunker that is really extreme, but it's really far away from the green, I don't think it would be, it wouldn't be logical to use that section of bunker for your depth. Just try to use like where's the golf ball going to end up the most, and then just playing to the direction of playing to where hole locations are on the green. How tall is it for them to get out of that? One other thing in depth that I'll just mention is you are including areas of the, maybe there's an area above the bunker where the golf ball won't stay if they get it out of the bunker. You're including that in the depth as well. So it's where can they get the golf ball out and it stay outside of the bunker. Okay, so this is an example of the N adjustment or no bunker on a hole. So if there is no fairway bunker, as was mentioned earlier, because it's assumed there is, we need to take one off if that's not true. So that's where we do it with this N adjustment. We subtract 1. The let me see the second one. Reduce the table value by 1 or 2. Shot hole if there's no fairway bunker near a landing zone for the scratch player or anywhere along the line of play for the bogey. So this picture shows you, like, say B1 is the landing zone, first landing zone for the bogey. That fairway bunker is clearly near their landing zone, but for the scratch, maybe the distance is 40 or 50 yards or something like that, so it's not near. In that case, for the scratch golfer, we're going to take one off. We're going to assume that it falls into this category, so we would take one off for this golfer. We're going to not reduce the table value for this bogey golfer. I'm just going to pause on that for 1 second. Does that make sense? Or if I need to maybe say it in a different way too.
It sounds a little backwards, because we give it a value if there's a bunker on the entire hole, period. And we only take one away if there is no bunker present. So we're already assuming there's a bunker there, whether it was in their landing zone or the other landing zone earlier, as you said. So just please re-say it and clarify it, because it makes it sound like we're taking off only in this case, where normally we would say, well, there's a bunker present, so we have to give it a 1.
Yep. So let's say for example, there is no greenside bunker on this hole. Let's just use that as a sample. So for this, we have the bogey golfer. Yes, there's a fairway because it's here. For the scratch, because it's not near their landing zone, we're saying, no, there is not a bunker. So we have yes for this, no for this golfer. The thing that, and as you mentioned, what gets a little confusing is the concept of, does it exist on the hole? And the answer is yes. So even though technically for this scratch it's a 0, we need to account for it being on the hole. Now that's only true if there isn't like a greenside bunker, right? Say now let's take this for what it is. We have these two, yes exists, does not exist. We're going to have a value for this bunker that's by the green. So when we get our table value for the bogey golfer, we're just going to take that straight table value. We're not going to do anything to it because a bunker exists. For the scratch, we're going to take one off because it is not near their landing zone. So that's only for the scratch. So that, and I know that concept is kind of tough, but it's just, you just have to know that the scratch golfer, it has to be near to kind of count for them. I don't know, Tom, does that, I feel bad. I don't know if I said that any different or if that helped, but.
The bunker, that B1 bunker, if it was 50 yards shorter,
yeah,
we do the same thing for the bogey golfer that we did for the scratch golfer.
We would not, just because for the bogey golfer, if it's anywhere along the line of play, it's considered to exist or to count for this. It's just for the scratch that it has to be near. So that's one of those that it's kind of an odd situation, but so
yeah, it helped me. I mean, the bunker was always the one that I struggled with the most because of this whole deal. It's not easy to explain, but I do see now that the value is included in the table.
yeah.
Take it out if the fairway bunker doesn't exist, and then it does matter whether there is a greenside bunker or not as to whether you make an additional adjustment.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. All right. Okay, so we'll just look at crossing here. We for this table, you know, it includes penalty areas and extreme rough, but also OB, which the OB probably doesn't come into play too often where you're crossing that, but it includes those. And then just as a reminder, it includes it requires to, you know, safely carry, which is that 10 yards beyond the edge of it. That's what it's assuming when we're saying how far this golfer is carrying that obstacle. So one adjustment that this is new, I think that they've added in there, is that if you have a situation where, you know, you have a crossing and there really isn't that 10 yards of clearance for that golfer to carry it safely, that you can add an adjustment in, or you can add one in that case, if that comes up, like in this example with this par 3. You also have this 2 adjustment, which maybe you have a situation like in this example where, you know, they're crossing a significant amount on the tee shot, and then they have another crossing, whether it's a penalty area or just extreme rough, at another landing zone. In that case, you can use this adjustment, but it just has to, there's some qualifications for it. And that's what kind of the second portion of this is talking about, that each rating has to be at least 5 or greater. So they want it to be that these are significant things they're having to cross, not just a narrow obstacle for you to be able to do this. But you just want to know that this adjustment is here if you have a case where they're having to cross something more than once on a hole. All right, lateral. Again, this includes penalty areas, extreme rough, and OB. So we'll go into each of those. Oh, I'll go back just 1 second and just talk about the these table values. So this, hopefully you're seeing the trend of, you know, you're using the scratch shot length to the target as what you're using for the lateral, and then the bogey shot length to target. So a lot of times you end up using, you know, their first landing zone, or, you know, they're longer, when they're hitting a longer club into the landing zone, you're going to end up using that one quite often just because it gives you the highest table value. So the tee shot, for example, they're hitting it over, they're in the bottom row here. So if anything comes into play laterally for that tee shot, it's probably going to give you the highest table value. So you end up using that quite a bit, because if you're using their approach shot, which is taking their shot length to the green, you know, sometimes that's only 100 yards. Well, you're going to end up using this row to then enter the table. And so you end up getting quite, you know, much lower values. And you always take the higher of the values that you get for any of these obstacles. Okay, so to look at a couple of these adjustments, bounce in particular is one that you can adjust for. And in this example, maybe you have something like a slope or a cart path. So down here at the first, kind of in the first part of this, maybe there's a landing zone here for a golfer. If there's a cart path right next to something like, you know, a water penalty area, you might want to add something in there to account for the fact that if it gets near there, it's more likely it's going to end up in penalty area. You see that with slopes and things like that. So maybe you add one in that case. Say on the reverse, so this -1 adjustment, maybe there's some trees along here that if a golf ball is going towards this penalty area, that it actually keeps them some of the time from not going in it. Maybe you reduce it in that case by 1 under bounce, because you know that it reduces the chance that's where the golf ball is going to end up. You also have this percentage adjustment. I guess, the one thing, and I'll circle back to this, the K adjustment, because that's important in this area, but I'll go through these first. So this percentage adjustment is a way that you can kind of reduce that table value that you get based on, you know, how easy is it to play from this area? You know, will a golfer be able to play from it half of the time, find their golf ball and play from it half the time? Maybe you end up reducing it then, your table value, by 50%. Or maybe there's something that minimizes the chance that it'll reach it. You could also use this percentage adjustment in that case. So this would be another example of that percentage adjustment. You can see, you know, the area in the bottom is a bunker, but the top is just like golf course. You know, some of the time it might end up in some of this taller grass, but other times it's just going to end up on this mulch, which is not that difficult to play from. A golfer will be able to advance the ball. If that's true, you can reduce it, because you know, if you're giving the table value, you're saying 100% of the time it qualifies as that extreme rough situation or that penalty area. The other time, yeah, go ahead.
If you're reducing or adding percentage, are we rounding up and down to a solid number, or are we putting a decimal plate for your values?
Yeah, you would round. You just you know, most of the time you'll just you'll end up getting to, yes, say it was a 5 and you're taking 50%. You can kind of judge and say, well, I think it's probably more like a 2, or it looks more like, let's go to a 3. Like it probably is a little closer to a 3 value. So you can, on those, you can use a little judgment. But yeah, you are going to a whole number. Another time that you would maybe use this percentage adjustment is, say in this example, these are 2 landing zones for the bogey and the scratch. Maybe this penalty area here is only in the last portion of their landing zone, or maybe for the scratch, it's just a very small portion in the first part of where their landing zone is, that 20 yards. Maybe you take some off because of that, because you're not saying this goes the entire edge of this landing zone. You know, it's not as likely in that case. So we could reduce it if either the penalty area is really narrow, or if it's only in a portion of their landing zone. And then again, this is, I won't go into this too much, but this is just that squeeze concept. You can use it for lateral obstacles as well, if they make a fairway landing zone really tight. You also have this, the surround adjustment. So this is, again, you know, it has to qualify. In this case, the green target has to be a 5 or greater for it to, you know, before you would use this. But you just use, then you can enter this table and use the fraction, the amount of the green that's surrounded, and then how close is it to the green. And that's how you end up using this chart. So that 5 or greater is only for the scratch. For the bogey, we can use this table anytime there is a surround situation. And again, this is the same idea as we had talked about before with the crossing, but if it comes into play on 2 or more shots and it qualifies, you can add an adjustment in that way as well. One thing that I'll just mention, because this is something that comes up quite a bit, is deciding, which obstacle am I counting in this situation. So in this picture, this is an example of maybe you have extreme rough, but then you have these dense trees, but all of them are inside of that extreme rough. You say, do I count the trees in any way, or is it one or the other or both? The method you should use is you should use the most severe of the obstacles. And in this case, with the trees being in extreme rough, what the golfer is going to be dealing with here is the extreme rough. It's at the ground level. That's what they're going to be impacted by. So that is what you're going to use. You're not going to count those trees in any way if they are in an extreme rough or penalty area. Okay, the next one, we'll jump into trees, but the one thing, and I should have probably had a slide on this, but I'm going to jump back to just lateral really quick and talk about this K adjustment. So because for situations where a golfer would have to use stroke and distance under the rules of golf to kind of continue playing rather than dropping from it, you're going to use this K adjustment to account for that additional difficulty. So if you have an area that is considered extreme rough and they don't mark it, the course tells you, no, we never mark that as a red penalty area, then when you're rating it, you need to tack on this K adjustment because you're saying that if a golf ball goes in there, it's, and the golfer doesn't find it, it's lost and they're going back to the tee. They can't drop from up there. So that's what the other thing is, out of bounds, obviously the golfer is going back to the tee in that case too. So that's where the K adjustment comes in. It's assuming it's a penalty area. If it's not, you're using the K adjustment to add one on. Okay. Trees. So trees are always based on how the scratch golfer can recover from the trees. So when you're looking at trees, that's how you want to think about it. How is a scratch golfer going to be able to get out of there? Another thing an important note is if trees are overhanging, reducing, the width of a fairway, you can recognize that in width, as we had talked about before, in a width adjustment for the fairway. And then a tree that's blocking, part of the green can be recognized as an obstruction under the green target, which we talked about that earlier too. So trees can be accounted for in here, but you can also obviously account for them if they're affecting a shot to the fairway or affecting a shot to the green. So you'll probably, in those that have rated, you kind of get in a pattern with trees where you kind of know by looking at them as you're going if there aren't any crazy adjustments that need to be done, you kind of get in a pattern of knowing, okay, this hole is a 2, this hole is a 3, and then you're kind of comparing the other holes as you go using that method. That's kind of what we do. So trees, luckily, you used to have to measure to all the trees at landing zones. Luckily, they've kind of taken that out and just let you, the trees on the hole, you're making a judgment of all of them kind of in one look rather than taking specific measurements.
Yeah, and just a note at on the upper table, you get into the 2 or more shot holes, and you go from a minor problem of 2 to a moderate problem of 3. Or 4. You could still use a 3 value, a tweener, is that what they call it?
Yep.
You know, so if you encounter a gap in the table like that, and you're kind of on the fence, you can always take the middle value.
Yep. Yeah, great point. Okay, so this is you know, if the tree is obstructing the shot to the target, whether it's the green or the landing zone, we looked at that before. You can tack it on in the obstruction, but an important note is that, you know, if that tree was part of a chute that you were deciding, you don't want to also add something in obstruction. It kind of just falls under one or the other.
I just thought they should give a course rating team a CS adjustment for chainsaw. Let them
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, you should submit that one. All right, so this is just to look at the chute concept. The one to the left it's kind of a note on in page 34, just talking about how the chute distances are measured. So you have the 2 measurements of the chute length and the chute width, and based on those 2 things, that's how you use this chart. So, you know, from here you can see that it you know, it has to be a pretty long shot if the width is kind of moderate or not too tight to even, you know, add one of these on. But if it is pretty narrow, you know, you can get into a case where, you know, if the chute length is at least 60, you're gonna add something in for that.
Question on chute.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, if a chute of trees may not be long enough to reach the table length, but the direction of the chute forces a golfer away from the center of the target line, are there any adjustments you can make on that? Or is that specifically, you just have to follow the chart?
Yeah, you know, the way that they state it, like in this obstruction one, if the shot to the target do not apply if the trees that obstruct the tee shot are used to determine the chute. Yeah, that, you know, honestly, that one is kind of tough, because to me that's saying if you use that in determining this, even if it, say maybe it doesn't qualify, can you still give it one for it, you know, forcing the golfer to play the course a certain way? You know, I would be tempted to still give it one in that case, because it does affect how they're playing it. But I, you know, I'm wondering if maybe this obstruction one is just saying if you get a table value from it being a chute, don't also tack one on under obstruction. But maybe if you don't, maybe you can still in one other way. But I'd probably have to ask someone on that, honestly. Tom, do you have any?
No, the only thing I was going to add there is the calibration that I went to. We did a hole, and it just, me being brand new to it, I stepped up to it and said, well, this is a chute. And they said, no, it doesn't even close to being a chute. I mean, to get a chute adjustment, I mean, it has to be a you know, a fairly narrow, and still has to be, like you said, 40 or 50, 60, 70 yards to get into where you're even giving an adjustment. So just be very wary of, make sure that you're not making a chute that isn't a chute.
Yep. All right, so the last one we'll talk about is just a green surface. So this is a measurement that you're typically getting from a superintendent, and it's the green speed's mid-season. So that's why, we end up rating a lot of golf courses in the spring and the fall, just because that's really when the courses want, their printing cards, or that's when they're wanting it. So we tend to get that value from the course most of the time, rather than measuring it ourselves with a stimp meter. So yeah, you're getting that value, and then you're kind of working between these three columns to determine if you think what category it plays into. So we'll just look here at an example. So we all know what a flat green looks like. So that's an example of those. So just depending on the speed, that's the column you're going to use on that hole, and it's the same. It's the same for all tees that you're rating, the green surface. It can be different for scratch and bogey. For example, that's what the 7-8 or 8-9 is. That means for the scratch, it's a 7. For the bogey, it's an 8. But if you decide this green is a 7-8, then for every tee, red, white, blue, it's going to be 7-8 as the green measurement. Moderately contoured, those can be a little harder to decide. Sometimes you kind of fall in between some of those. Maybe it seems between a flat and a moderate. In that case, they recommend that if you go one way, if it's close and you go one way on one hole, maybe on the next one that's close, you go the other way. So just kind of even it out. Anytime there's a tiered green, it will never be in the relatively flat category. You will always fall under the moderately contoured category. And then you obviously have the highly contoured. I think those are easier to tell, where you have really extreme slope, whether it's undulation on the green, or if it's just a tilt that makes it very, very fast. That's when you would fall into that category. I think for time's sake, I don't know if I'm gonna play this, but if any of you, if you just search, the USGA has that's what this is from. They have a video that you can watch that shows you how a stimp meter reading is done if you've never done one. But you typically you pick the flattest part on the green, and you're measuring one way, figuring out what that distance is, and then you're measuring from that average point back the other direction that you came from, and you're taking the average. So that video does a good job of explaining it, but just for time's sake, I won't play that for you. Okay, we survived the book stuff. Does anybody have any questions on that? Just anything related to how tables work or any of those adjustments? Okay.
Maybe I'll put my 2 cents in here.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of senior players. This pertained to scratch players and bogey golfers. Senior players fall into a different category. I know we can rate the tees different, but do we basically, I guess I'm a little confused about it. How would we rate a tee for seniors?
Yeah, so you're always rating solely for the scratch and the bogey, and that's what gives us slope.
Okay, for our course ratings, yes, but for handicap purposes, how would a senior player that wants to say play from the ladies' tees, does he just enter his handicap or enter his scores under the ladies?
Yeah, so I think that something that is sort of misunderstood is that you establish your handicap from a tee. That's not true, because there's ratings for specific tees. So your handicap index can travel to different tees based on where you decide to play. and then it's converted to a course handicap. So that's what you actually go out and play golf to. What you're describing, yeah, certainly anybody can play forward if there's a rating, like if there's a rating for that tee. So it would have to be rated for, say if it's a male golfer, that forward tee would have to have a male rating, because the women's rating, you wouldn't want them using that because it's not based on the yardages that men hit it, and it's rated differently.
So it'd basically be rated as a bogey golfer just from a different tee.
Now that new Gen app lets you go and enter anybody's name and put the tee you're playing, and it gives you a course rating now. It is really slick.
Yeah, it is nice, isn't it?
It doesn't matter what course you're playing and what tees you're going to play. You enter your name into the new rating deal, it'll kick you out a course rating quite a bit. And I recommend your guys you normally play with, check their course rating before you play, because it's usually significantly lower than what they're calling.
Yeah, that's the hard part, is explaining to a lot of these guys that, like in our league, 75 and over can hit from the ladies' tees. Well, it's hard to explain to them that what that means.
Yeah.
And when they post their scores, they don't know where to post them because it's women's tees, it's not senior tees. But we can rate a senior tee, I guess.
You can rate the forward.
But it's based on a bogey golfer.
When we redo everybody's ratings here starting this year, we're going to rate forward for men for every set, because we do understand that and we'll go back, to a reasonable distance for women going on the other side. But if your course doesn't right now have a men's rating from any forward set of tees, we'll be rectifying that in the re-rating process.
Good. That answers my question. Thank you.
And like Pat was saying, the course handicap tables, he was saying course rating, but it's really it's the course handicap that's produced under the new World Handicap System. It gives you an accurate course handicap right out of the chute, depending on what tees you play from. So
right, I probably got my terms mixed up there. I did mean course handicap.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And hey, while I'm on here, I know it's 12:30. My suggestion is maybe we just take like a 15-minute break here, let everybody stretch their legs and take the restroom break, and maybe even go to the refrigerator and grab something to eat or something like that, and then we can come back and tackle the on-course. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, don't we get free lunch with this usually?
Well, yeah, the virtual lunch, exactly.
So I was just waiting when my to-go order will get here. So
yeah, good wait for Grubhub.
Yeah.
All right, we'll check back in at 12:45. How's that?
Sounds good.
And if guys want to hang in there, I'll keep my mic open. We can just chat too while we eat like we would in a normal lunch as well. So.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
This is Doug. Hey,
yeah, what's up, Doug?
I noticed, so I loaded the new Gen app on my phone to enter scores.
Yep.
Did they want us to enter hole by hole every time we enter a score?
That's the gold standard for both you and the system. Yep.
Wow.
For several reasons. One, it doesn't take that much more time. Trust me. Two, it produces it will automatically adjust for the new net double bogey, which is what equitable stroke control was, which is not as easy to know when you need to make an adjustment. So if you post hole by hole, it will automatically adjust for that. And then, just from a benefit side, if you do that, it starts to accumulate your statistics for you. So it'll start to tell you how you do on par threes, par four, par fives. And if you want to go even further and add in your greens in regulation and fairways hit and putts, you can do that as well. But yeah, that, for a round, and the other thing that it does is that it solves addition errors. So if you post a score maybe you haven't added it up correctly and you post an 87, but when you put it in hole by hole and the computer's doing the math for you, you realize I didn't add up so well, and maybe it really wasn't 86. So it solves math problems, it solves for net double bogey, and it does give you a little bit of information about how you're playing, how you play the course. So that's our spiel for doing it.
Right.
And my brother pissed and moaned about it too, and before he ever tried it, and then he did it one time, and he said really it wasn't all that bad.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of a challenge now since no one's giving out scorecards.
Right? Yeah, I would grant that without having that, but by the same token, I mean if you can remember what you shot, you can also remember what you shot on each hole. So.
Yeah. For guys like us, it's not a big deal. But just like we played a deal on Tuesday out at Baker, there were 6 of us. And I said, our threesome against your threesome, we'll just take total score.
Yeah.
They're whining about no scorecards. I said, hey, y'all got phones on you. Enter it into your calculator, one number at a time.
No, yeah. I mean, there's plenty of ways to do it.
So, all right. I entered it. My handicap went down. Hate that shit. So.
It's kind of, I mean, that a feature of handicaps changing every day is great. I think it's a vast improvement over how it used to be done.
Well, you still don't ever cure the cheater, but you get closer maybe.
Yeah, I think the safeguards are more apparent for that, but yeah, it's hard to. It's hard for any system based on integrity, just like the rules of golf, to deal with people who are going to violate it at their core. So, yeah.
Yeah. All righty. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. I'll be right back. I'm going to be back in a second. Yeah, I might have a break in between 3 to 4. All right, I'm back. Anybody cares?
Well,
Tom, Casey had to hop off, but he is planning on raiding with us. I told him he'll probably learn more anyway when we go out first time.
Yeah, I mean, it is, for those of you who are, haven't done it yet. I was in the same position when I went to the calibration, and yeah, until you get out in the field. But, and once you kind of get in a groove and do it, it's you got kind of a system, and it is pretty well thought out in that way. But I think even this virtual rating of these 3 holes, I think, will be instructive to see how Caitlin views all of the process and computing the obstacles and the ratings. So they're all 3 pretty good holes to bring a lot of stuff. So
yeah, seems like when you haven't done it for a few years anyway, it takes a while to get to remember everything anyway. And then by the time you remember it all, you remember it just so you can forget it again the next spring. So
exactly.
I like the fact that you put this seminar together, because at least we can review it every year.
well, then you'd have to find all those holes. Okay, yeah. All right. Bye.
So just because I've had so little interaction with people, it seems like, what's everybody eating for lunch? I'm a solid bologna and mustard sandwich guy today.
Wow. I've got myself a big shaker full of Huel. That's human fuel. It's a vegan drink mix with a granola bar. So beat that.
Cheese and tomato soup.
This is Brad out in Custer. I'm on the 5-2 diet, so I'm fasting today. But I still can have 2 eggs, and that's what I'm having right now.
I like that. I was doing a 16, 18-hour fast until this pandemic forced me in the house. Now I'm on the seafood diet.
A lot of people are. It's a big problem, being cooped up. You want to eat.
Tom, have you come up with a schedule for any of the courses? You got anything on the radar of who's first and when?
Not specifically, I don't. Was kind of waiting to get through this process and really kind of see what my teams. Here's kind of my thinking. You know, trying to get. We've got a core group of guys who've rated for a while. Maybe having them be, you know, team leaders and going out with some of the less experienced guys, and at least to start with. My goal is to get all of my main 18-hole tournament courses all rated by the end of the year. So that would be any course that hosts a championship or is a big gin customer, one or the other, so that we get that out of the way. And then but exactly when, not sure. But I just wanted to get through this, make sure we had guys that were still committed, and then I was going to throw a schedule together and start working with the courses. You know, we're not really sure. I mean, we've got all of our events on the schedule at the moment. You know, they start in the first weekend in June. You know, we're still navigating some pretty uncharted waters here. So if we don't, for whatever reason, start right away in June, and I've got a few interns, we're going to be training our three, actually 4 PJ Boatwright interns, and if we have a gap in events where they don't have any events, then we're gonna plan to send them out and start to do some of our 9-hole courses, or if West River needs another team, maybe send them out there. So it's a pretty high priority for us. But if we've got about 24, I can't remember the exact number, 18-hole facilities that I'd like to get knocked out. So if we have 4 teams, it might be, you know, 5 or 6 courses over the course of the summer would be where I'd like to see. That make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, how's everybody doing?
Ready?
As soon as Caitlin is ready to roll, I think we'll get on with the.
Yeah, sounds good.
Ready? All right.
Yeah. So for the on course, Tom picked out 3 different courses. We'll do par 3, par 4, and par 5, and each of them kind of have a little bit of everything. So you'll get a good mix of kind of how to measure to different things. I will take 1 second here just to get, in person. This would be a little bit easier with, managing the book and everything like that. So just give me 1 second here with getting my screen so we have everything on it here. Okay. So the first hole, I figured we'd take on number 16 at Willow Run. It's a par 3. I figured we'd rate the white tee for min. So it's the 155 yards is what we're kind of working off of. So I figured what I was going to try to do here is I'll have this form, which is kind of like what we use at the IGA to kind of ahead of time, if we plug numbers in, it generates the landing zones. I think Tom has something similar to this. So figured I'd just work down this and we'll plug it in as we go, some of these numbers. And you guys will get a good look at, so this is the Google Earth Pro. Before I started, I just wanted to show you, if you go to just googleearth.com or google.com/earth, under this drop down or in the more Earths, this is where you can download it for free, Google Earth Pro. So you can just go to this website and get it. I just did it the other day, but the Pro version, as I said before, is nice because you'll see as I'm on here in the bottom of the screen, in the bottom right. Can you guys see my mouse as I go?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So if you're down here, you can see how this elevation number changes. So if you hover over the center of the green, you get that number. And then, when you're at a T, you get the next number. So it's pretty useful for elevation change and things like that. All right. So before we get going, I was just going to reference quick. Let's see, number 16. Tom drew out some of these penalty areas that we'll be looking at. This is there we go. Kind of make it look like what we're looking at. But Tom drew red lines around what's penalty area out there. So we'll use those to kind of determine where we're going to measure at the green and things like that. So we see obviously the pond, but then they play this right side along with, it looks like a little bit of extreme rough as lateral. So we'll use those kind of as we go. All right, so let's get started here. The one thing that Tom brought up earlier is that you just want to make sure that you're using the most current. You can see that this was done in 2017. So I mean that's pretty current as far as these Google Earth images go. This little time clock here with the arrow is what, see, you can go back in time on these courses and see what it was. So as long as this is like to the most current, I think you'll be all right. The other tool that you use up here and that you'll really use the most is this blue ruler. So if you click that, this is what's going to allow us to get these measurements. Mine defaulted to meters. So just make sure that it's set to, obviously yards when you're working there. So the first thing before we get going on measuring to different things is we want to verify yardage, right? That's the kind of the first step. So what we'll do is, just to get a rough idea of where this tee is, the tee that we're going to be working off of, we'll just find the center of this green and drag it back until the yardage on the card was 155. So as I drag back, you can see that that ends up kind of in this, I don't know if it's an area where maybe they were working on the tee, some flower bed there. So yeah, so I ended up just in this example going off of what we had, but this might be a case where maybe you decide if their white tee is this one that's forward, maybe 145 is a little more appropriate.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of, like you said, yardage inflation on their part.
Going off the back part of the tee. Yep. So we can do that. Actually, it won't really change anything because we're going as we. So let's just say this is one where we're gonna adjust this to white is 145. So I'm gonna just subtract off 10 from these measurements that I got earlier. But
sounds good.
So one thing that we also noticed that's kind of nice doing this in here is we can see that pond is clearly, there's a crossing there that we're going to have to account for. And it looks like it'll be a full crossing. You know, we're not, you know, from the women's tees, it's just maybe a small portion of it. So we might consider that, we might take some off, like as a percentage adjustment that we talked about earlier, because it's not, you know, maybe we don't think it should be rated as a full, but in this case, you know, they're clearly have to navigate that to get there. All right, so we have that. So as we're working down this thing, I'm going to pull up that. Just give me 1 second here. So we're going to change this to 145 as we go. Okay, and the things I highlighted in yellow here are the things that you could use Google Earth for ahead of time to get these things if you wanted. So because this is a par 3, we can go ahead and pretty much just head up to the green, other than maybe on here we want to check elevation. So we can see here it's 1327 from that at the tee. And if we go to the center of the green, 1322. So we can tell that that's only a 5 foot drop there. So because we know we need at least 10, that's not going to account for anything. So we really don't even need to record it. So yeah, we know we can put in the elevation one here, we know that there isn't anything. So we're just going to put, oh, it's wanting me to just subtract. I'll just put 0. All right. We also know that, you know, in this one, there's not going to be a dog leg, not a forced layup. As far as topography goes, that is only going to come into play on a par 3 if we have a elevation change, which I'll show you on here. Sorry. Okay. So we know that we had less than 10, right? So this is gonna fall under 0. And these are a couple of those things, like as you get out there and you get used to patterns, kind of like what Tom was talking about, you just know that par 3s are 0 unless there's at least 10 elevation. You'll just kind of get in the routine of knowing, okay, I don't have to write anything down for that, because I just know that's going to be a 0. So we'll put the 0s there as we're going. Also, we know because we're rating this for min and it's 145, we know that both golfers are going to get there, right? So we don't have any situation where a golfer, where we have that golfer that can't reach the par 3. So that's just kind of a note when you're thinking of, fairway stuff, and obviously you don't account for it under there, but it might kind of trigger the golfer that can't reach there. Okay, so the next thing we'll do.
Question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Doug. So that green or that tee box, obviously the people play here know that there's 3 or 4 tiers on it. So
Okay.
once you get to the back tier where the scratch golfer would play and we rate that tee box, we could have a elevation number then, right?
Yeah, yep. It can be, yeah, because you're evaluating it
20 feet.
from each tee. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it'll be closer to 20 feet back there.
Yeah, see that this one here it's 1327. This one's 1344. So yeah, there's quite a few feet that you're adding from the back there.
Okay.
All right, so I think the next thing we'll do, because as we're going, when you're actually out there rating, you kind of stand on the tee and you look and you say, okay, is there any crossings that we need to think about? Are there any things that are obstructing the green? Do we have a shoot situation? Do we have obstructions? So those are kind of the things that you're looking at on the tee. And then once you have that, we're kind of on a par 3, definitely, you're pretty much just going to the green and measuring those things. Because that's their, landing zone from there. Okay, so we'll see how close we can get here. I'm going to change this angle so we can get our measurements a little better. All righty. Okay, so this actually is a very, this falls under that oddly shaped green for sure. This one, so in any, in a situation where you can't putt from one part of the green to the other, so in this case, there's this, where it cuts in, you're going to use this in, on page 41 in your guide, the oddly shaped greens, it's D. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to measure this portion as a circle. We're going to measure this portion as a circle. And then we're really kind of averaging the 2 diameters that we get. So that's the way that we're going to work through this. All right. So this is the one we're using here on D. Okay, so when you're doing this, the one thing that can be a little tough is you can tell on here it's a little hard to tell fringe. I'm just going to assume it's about here. And so what we're doing, we're kind of just mimicking this image on the left. We're getting as close as we can here on this measurement, trying to get a circle that will, or an oval that will account for this portion. Okay. So we're going to say that's roughly 20, obviously 26. So I'm just going to jot that down for now. Then we're really getting if we think of this as an oval, we're getting this width of this oval, which I think I would probably put it about here just to account for trying to get a little of this portion here. So we'll go with 12 there. So we'll save that calculation for a second, and we'll just measure this other portion. Okay, so we're gonna go from this point to here. Let's see, yeah, 32. Okay. And then we're going to try to get this width here, just assuming this other oval. Okay. That's getting kind of close. Yeah, so we'll just call that about 14. Okay, so then as far as figuring this out, what we're doing is we're going to take that, our first measurement was that 26 this way, and then the 12 that way. So we are just figuring out that math by doing the 12 plus 20, 12 plus 26 divided by 2. It's giving us 19. So that's what we're going to use for that left portion. Now we're going to do the same thing for that right portion. So we're taking the 32 plus 14 divided by 2, 23. And so now we're just taking the 19 and the 23. And we're going to divide that by 2. That gives us 21. So that is the effective green diameter that we're going to use on this hole. You don't run into this too often. I don't know, Tom, have you had quite a few other than this where you've had to do that type of method?
No, not very many.
Yeah. So you, luckily, I mean, you won't have to do that too much. I'd say the ones, honestly, like of oddly shaped greens that you will have quite a bit are these ones where it's like, it's really narrow, a really narrow and long green. And that you do an additional math step to account for that. So just know if one of the numbers can go in the other one, you know, more than one time, you're going to have to do an extra step in the math to get the right green diameter. Okay. So to account for this, I'm just going to put in those two like averages that we got of each side. So 19 and the 23, and then we got that 21. All right, so now we have that. Let's see, what's the next thing we need to get here? All right, so we don't have fairway. We could do green target, but I'd say let's, you know, when you're out there, you're probably not going to do the bookwork until the end. So we're just going to get our measurements here. One of the things that we did, you know, decide we had was this crossing. So just using this, we know that this is about the point where they're going to be, the angle they're going to take. And so right there, it's 86, but what do we know about how far they have to go past that?
10 yards.
10 yards? Yep. So we know when I'm usually doing this, just like if I have to do a pre-measurement on Google Earth, I just find the exact edge and I just do the math so that I get it right, you know? So I would just put, let's just call it 97. I mean 87. Yeah, 97.
Yeah, 97.
Yep. Okay. And that's going to be the same for both scratch and bogey. We know that because they're both going from that tee. Okay. Okay. So we have that. Now let's.
Hey, pause real quick.
Yeah.
You said the carry was 96, 97?
Mm-hmm.
So the crossing distance, you don't want to use the bogey value?
You'll use the chart, like when you actually do the table stuff, it'll equal a different number because you're going in the chart in a different way. But as far as the measurement, because they're both going from the same tee, it's the same amount of carry for both of those golfers.
Correct, but so we're not doing the chart on it yet? Is that what you were saying?
Right, yeah. I figured we'd just skip that. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just doing all the pre-gathering here.
Yep. Okay, so let's, so now that we have that, I don't think there's anything else that we really need to.
Do we need to
gather
do,
here.
the one thing I noticed that wasn't highlighted, should we do lateral obstacle measurements as well?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Okay, so from the center of the green, which we'll just kind of do a rough estimate here. From the picture that Tom gave us for here, we know that this right side kind of cuts in. So this area here, they play as penalty area. Is that right? All the way up to
Yeah, that's
here,
correct.
cut in.
You got it.
Okay, so that's what we're going to use. When you're measuring, you're always you're really trying to go exactly perpendicular here on your line of play from the center. You know, sometimes if it's the only thing, you'll be measuring things down this way, but really most of your measurements are kind of what's coming into play directly to the side of the green. So in this case, let's say that it starts about here, this penalty area cuts in. Maybe there's some, just the extreme rough where they take the line up there. So let's call that 27. And we're going to account for that at the green. We're going to put a 27 in here. Now, because we kind of use this pond already as a crossing, I would almost hesitate to count this also as a lateral at the green, because we kind of already counted it as an obstacle that we're crossing.
That was the question that I had was.
Yeah, I think typically if I would try to count this over here because it's already being fact almost like not double dipping.
Double dipping. Okay.
That's usually how we try to handle it. Okay, so that okay, so we have that.
If you're taking the right one there,
Mm-hmm.
there's bounce over there too.
Okay, yeah, that's a great note. Yeah, I was going to ask you guys anytime, because you guys know this course, yeah, if you know there's an adjustment, yeah, just shout it out. That'll be good. So for us, let's see, on here, I would usually, let's see, we have that green. We don't really have a spot in here to make, you know, some of these have an adjustment row where you can put a note, but I would just put a B next to this, so I know that would be a bounce. We're going to do an adjustment on that one. Okay, so we have some bounce over there for that one, so we'll look at that adjustment. Let's see, the other measurement we haven't really done yet is anything related to bunkers. So when you are when you're out on the golf course, you're determining what fraction of this green has a bunker closely bordering, which we know closely bordering means within 10 yards, right? So this, the way that the chart works is we're looking 0 to a fourth, fourth to a half, half to a quarter, and then completely surrounded by, you know, anything past that, which you don't see too much. So you can, I mean, there's some people that get really, really precise on stepping this off and measuring it that way. In the way that we do it in practice is we really are kind of looking at, okay, if there's, I'm trying to, in person, this would be easier, but you know, if I'm splitting the green this way, okay, let's keep that line in mind. And then we're doing a perpendicular line. You know, what portion of that does this cover? Does it exceed that, you know, that fourth? You know, obviously in this case it doesn't. So you can you can use, you know, that method to kind of decide it. You know, we've done where you, I don't know if you've seen where you can kind of hold your hands in a 90-degree angle, and you're just sort of eyeballing as close as you can while you're out there. When all the bunkers are smushed together, do they fit within a fourth, a half? And then that's the value we're going to go with. So, okay, so for this one, we determine,
just to break in, you can also do a path instead of just a straight line like that. You can do a path, so you could literally plot, you know, all the points around the green, and then that total, and then plot just
yes,
the points like she's doing right there. And so that if you wanted to get into it.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I think, you know, in this case, it's easy to tell on this one. It's probably 0 to fourth on that. We also know that there's no fairway bunker, so we're going to put an N there, and that'll tell us we need to make some adjustments when we get our table value. Okay, is there anything else that we need? We got the crossing, we got the lateral. I guess as far as trees go, they are on the hole, but they're really not, I mean, they're not really in play. So this is another one where you just kind of know that after doing it a little bit, that if it's a par 3 and they exist on the hole, you're just going to give it a 1. So you can almost throw that in at any point. But we'll, let's see here. So we'll still look at we can put none minor.
Hello.
Okay. And then this one, I need your guys' help as far as like green surface. I know that Tom gave us what the stimp is, but is this a flat, moderately contoured, or is it highly contoured green?
I'll be interested for opinions on this one.
I'd call it moderately.
I'd say yes.
Yeah, it's
really decisive.
Well, what you don't see with the picture, because it's a 2D picture, is there's a trough right where your arrow is.
Yeah.
There's a trough that goes from the front of the green up to about just short of the back of the green by the left side of that bunker.
Okay.
So there's a trough, and it's probably what, 12-inch deep trough.
Okay.
Would you say, Tom?
Yeah, I mean
I'd say it's more than that, more like 2 feet to 3 feet.
Yeah, it changes the direction and the speed of the putt if you're on the wrong side of that with the pin. Now, if you're on the correct side with the pin, it's pretty docile green otherwise.
My opinion is that normally you think of a tiered green as, you know, one's lower and one's higher. In my opinion, this is actually a tiered green where the right and left half are roughly the same height, but that big dip in the middle produces, to me, a tiered effect on that green. I mean, that was kind of where I was.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right, Tom. I mean, it plays like a tiered green.
It's almost like a 3 plateau, but the middle plateau is really narrow because it's the bottom of the dip.
And then to compound it, the whole green slopes from the sand trap down to the front there towards the water. The whole green slopes
Okay.
west to east.
You can get a hole location in the trough, but I haven't seen it there very often. Is anybody?
Just for scrambles.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't even play the pin up to the right very often.
No.
Because it slows play down because people are hitting the ball so far over and to the right.
Very, very unique green. But that was my reason I picked it. One of them was that the green itself was interesting.
Yeah, so you you know, if you were kind of in the middle of it, maybe you would decide to maybe we don't call it a tier, but we bump it to highly contoured. You know, that could be some, like a discussion you have where you're like, this is, you know, I'm on the, if we call it a tier, I'm probably in the middle, but maybe we bump it and we call it a, you know, this one, I think you had the stimp at 996. So it falls in the,
I believe we called it a 6-7 last time, if I remember right.
okay. Yeah. So that would, in this row, it would be like a 7-8 is what it would fall under. So we could do that. We could call it a 7-8 if everybody's good with that, but no tier.
I wouldn't call it a 7-8. I'd call it a 6-7. I mean, it's got things, but there's, to get to a 7-8, me and Keel have argued this one before, that it's got to be severe all over the green and not just one portion. And yes, it does have a big drop off and a big trough, but it's only one portion of the green. So I would call it a 6-7.
There's no 6-7 rating.
No, we call it a 6-7, meaning it's a 7, but we're calling it a 6.5. It falls into that percentage category that we're discussing.
Oh, got it.
So I wouldn't call it highly contoured. I'd call it moderately.
So the only way you could get to a 6-7 would be if you decided that you're going to call this a tier, and because that's only for the bogey golfer, then you would keep the scratch at a 6 and the bogey would be a 7. But if you don't want to do the tier, then you're either deciding it's a 6 or you're jumping it to a 7-8. So that's kind of your options for that. The percentage adjustment isn't one under this one, so you're kind of having to decide between the adjustments. Hey, sorry. Can you guys still hear me? Hey guys, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I lost internet connection, I think.
Okay,
I'm like, oh shoot, what's going on?
Is that happening to you often? That's about the 5th one I've lost.
Oh man, that's the first one I've had. I don't know.
Is it? Okay. That's maybe only me then.
All right.
All right. Okay.
Where were we?
I guess you're just we're just gonna decide if it's if you guys want to go 7-8 or 6 with a tier for the bogey.
I like the 6 with a tier myself.
Okay, so let's do that then. So we'll do 6-7, but I'm gonna note a T here.
And we're not seeing your presentation anymore.
Oh,
we're just seeing you. Hi.
Sorry. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, that's not a problem.
Here we go. Is that good? All right. Okay, so down here I did the 6-7 with a T. Because we applied the T, we'll just kind of keep that in mind because we'll have to factor that in a couple other places in the book, the tier, because it makes hitting the green more difficult for the bogey. And I think it might be in maybe one other spot that we have to add that in. All right. Okay. So we have that. I'm just going to put a T note here, but I think it's just we'll just do it for the bogey. All right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think we gathered all the info we need. The only other thing would be bunker depth. Do you know, is there?
Not deep.
Not deep. Okay. All right.
When anybody else disagree with that?
No, that's a relatively flat bunker. There's not much in that.
Okay.
How come I'm looking at the bunker as being in the back of the green?
Because it is.
It is.
On 16?
Yeah, it is.
No, yeah, that's par 3.
Yeah, oh, it's over the green.
Yep.
At Prairie Green?
No, 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 no. This is
Willow.
Willow.
Oh, okay.
Where are we at?
Well, that's a
Wonder.
completely different hole, but I bet you the numbers would be pretty close to the same as Carrie.
Paul's wondering where the hell that trough is in the middle of 16 green at Prairie Green.
Exactly.
That's as bad a green as you can get out there.
Paul, you've never hit the ball over that green, so you'd never know where that bunker was.
I know where that bunker is. Now that I know it's on at Willow Run, yeah.
All right.
Alrighty, so now so we'll just start working down. We'll jump into the, you know, using our guide now for some of these.
Yep.
So we'll just go to, so we already talked about this. We know that this is 0, so it falls in this row and it's a par 3. So that's why we have 0 in there for topography, because this is 0, or this was less than 10, you know, so we don't count it for anything. Fairway, we don't do anything. So now we're going to jump to green target, just on page 25. All right. So we are rating this for a male golfer. So we're going to be using this blue chart here. But before we do that, we know that the green was tiered. So in that case, we are going to add a tee, and we're going to add one for both the scratch and the bogey. Okay. Can you guys still hear me? It acted like it was signing me out.
Yeah,
I
can hear you.
Yep.
I can hear you.
All right. So, all right, what do we got? We have our adjusted, you know, we ended up going with 145. So we'll start with the scratch golfer. We're going to go, and we know based on our math of doing those circles that it's a 21. So our table value is 5, but what do we have to do because of that, you know, tiered green?
Add one.
Add one.
Yep. So our our scratch is a 6. Now we're going to go do the same for the bogey. We have the 145, which falls into this row. We have the 21 again, so we have the 6, but then we have the tier, so we're going to bump that to the 7. Looking at these other adjustments, I don't know if there's anything else we would adjust it.
You always put the T next to it also, just kind of a reminder to Tom when he's entering the system why it is what it is, or
yeah,
does it not matter?
On this green target one, there's a row that's called adjust. Oh, that one's adjusted approach. Yeah, I'd usually just do a little note, like a T next to it.
Yep.
Just somewhere identify what you did.
6T, 7.
6T,
17.
Yep. So let's just add that there.
Yep.
Like that. Yep.
Okay.
All right. So now we can jump into R&R.
Yep.
Okay. And for R&R, we have, let's see, the rough height was 2.5.
Yep. So we got 5.
So this, we have the 2.5, and we're using those green target ratings that we got. So we have the 6 to 2.5 is a 5.
Yep.
And that's assuming, so looking at each of these, I don't think there weren't any mounds or anything like that. So I think we can just go with that. 6 is a 5. Okay.
Since this is a par 3 and it's reachable, the mounds wouldn't come into play anyway, would they?
If they were closely bordering the green, you could put some mounds in there, but
there's mounds front right of the green, where that valley in the green dumps into.
in this way, in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that could be, if it's significant, like if you guys feel like you could add one in there.
I wouldn't say it's significant. He is correct, though. It's an old bunker, and now it's just like a grass-looking bunker, but I wouldn't call it significant.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. And it slopes up quite severely over the green, but then we discount the over the green factors anyway. So
Yep. So maybe just leave it on. That might be one. We do this a lot, especially with mounds. Is it's like, okay, let's not do it on this one, and we'll do it on the next that it's close. Or let's do it here, and then maybe not do it on one other hole.
Well, and the fact that we're going to include bounce on the lateral hazard, that's kind of taken into account to that already anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Yep, you're kind of counting that in that section. Yep, that's a good point. Okay, so if that is the case, we have that 7 going to that 2.5 rough. So we're gonna enter the 6 because there's no adjustments there. All right, so bunkers. Now we're using that same green target. We have the 6 for the scratch. We determined it was 0 to a 4th. So the table value gives us a 3, but what do we know because this is a par 3?
No fairway bunker.
Right, yep. So under that N, we know there's no fairway, so we're gonna take 1 off of our table value. So it gets us a 3, we're gonna put a 2.
So because this is an over the green bunker, and you were discussing that 25% rule earlier, do we take into account on bunkers or just in hazards?
Being behind the green?
Correct.
You could maybe consider it a little bit more like maybe you are on the edge for giving it a depth adjustment, but it's behind the green and you're like, well, maybe we don't on this one just because they're not going to get it into it that often. But I think for the most part, if there's a bunker, we tend to give it depth if it's deep enough because.
Yeah, and I wouldn't rate it or count it any differently just because it's behind the green. It's still close to the green. If it were 20 yards over the green, which of course no bunkers are, I think they're more looking at like that example of the ocean or something that's significantly behind the green. Not
I agree. I'm going to point out a few things here and there that we come across and that we sit on a green and discuss. So I want to hear more opinions.
Oh, I love it.
All right, so this 3 goes to a 2, and then we have that 7, which ends up being a 4, and we're doing the same. So we're taking it to a 3. And, for that one, I think because you have an N in the fairway, I don't know if you'd have to put a note, like an adjustment note there, but I suppose you could, but you can kind of figure out what's going on.
We usually just put a line through it since it's par 3.
Yep.
Yeah. And I don't want this to confuse anybody, but this can happen. Say you have the situation where a golfer can't reach the green and it's a par 3. A greenside bunker can be a fairway bunker for that golfer, just so you know, if they can't reach the green. But that's like a really odd, that doesn't happen that much, but just so you know, there can be a fairway bunker on a par 3 if the golfer can't reach the green.
Right. And some greenside bunkers on par 4s, if they're in a transition zone, can be landing area bunkers too.
Yep. All right, so now we have that. So let's jump into crossing. So I think they had enough. I don't think we'll end up doing an adjustment here. I feel like they had enough room to get to the green. So we'll just we'll take that.
Most of us end up in the water more often than not.
Yeah.
The water next to the green as a lateral hazard is much more important than crossing it is.
Yeah, you can miss the green by a couple of feet and it bounces down into the water.
So this
right there.
Play wide open. Okay.
This might be a situation, correct me if I'm wrong, Caitlin, where, and that's what I was thinking earlier when I asked you.
You could get this. You could go ahead and go with this just because knowing what happens on this golf course, this comes into play probably the most.
Right. And it might actually create, because there's a penalty area on both sides, that might end up being a higher value than the crossing, or create a higher value. So
Yep. And on the lateral, which we'll get to, the 2 is for if it comes into play on 2 or more shots. So this would be like if it was if we thought it was a surround or something like that, you know, where it or a squeeze.
That's
or
right.
some situation
That's
like that.
okay.
Okay, so for this one, I guess let's go ahead and just take this measurement then, knowing that that comes into play. So 19.
Are you going from the center?
So this also has a bounce then, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a bounce short left, and right by the hazard, there's also a bounce to the right.
Okay. Oh, so let's just.
So is Google Earth really accurate on these elevations? Because I've got Google Earth Pro up, and it's showing that the water is the same level as the green, and we know that's not true.
Yeah. They're pretty close. I mean, it's pretty safe to use them for stuff like elevation change from tee to green, because you're looking at like at least 10 yards, you know. I wouldn't use Google Earth to tell you how deep a bunker is. Like,
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
that kind of
Not that granular.
minute measurement might not be as good. Yeah.
Because I think if you were standing on that lower tee and someone told you that you're at the same height as the green, you'd doubt that. Because you're looking down at the green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was -8 yards, but it just didn't reach that 10 threshold to count.
Thank you.
Right.
Yep. Alrighty, so, okay, we have that lateral. So we'll look back at the chart here. We'll still take that crossing. I think we should still look at that value because they do have to cross it. All right, so we have 97. So for the scratch, that's not enough to even qualify for a 1. So that's going to be, the crossing is going to be a 0 for the scratch. For the bogey, we have the 97. That ends up being a 3. Okay. So we have those. Now we're going to take on these lateral. Okay, so we have, this is what I was mentioning before. This 2 adjustment is for if it comes into play on 2 or more shots. I don't know if this would qualify really as a surround. We could maybe look at it, but I think what we would do instead is you just take the closest, the nearest one, which is the one on the left. So we're going to measure this because it's going to give us the highest table value, and that's the one we'll end up taking.
Hey, Caitlin?
Yeah.
Do you need to let guys back in, or will they come in automatically? Keel got.
Oh yeah, there we go. I got.
It
Yep.
comes back.
Got him now.
You back, Keel? Okay.
Yeah, thanks for that. Sorry. All right, so let's look at this. We have the shot length. We're going to use that one to the left of the green because it's
19.
closer. What was that?
19, correct?
Yes, the 19. So we are, we're going to figure out, this is the shot length, which is 145. So we're going to be in here to the 19, which is a 4. Plus we talked about adding a bounce, right? Because it'll bounce into there. So we're going to put that in as a 5.
So 5B, B as in boy?
Yep. All right, now for the bogey, we've got the 145 to the 19 is a 5, plus the bounce is a 6. So we'll do 6B. All right, and our last one is trees on this one.
Now, before we go to the next step, just because let's say the closest hazard is the one we did, but there's no bounce.
Yeah.
But the farther hazard has bounce.
So in that case,
because we're taking the shorter distance, do we not recognize the bounce?
what you would do in that case, if you have two things that are coming into play, you would actually kind of play them out as in like what your table value is, and you take the higher of the two. So maybe the one's a little further away, but it has bounce, so it gets you a higher table value. That's the one you would take.
Yep, that's I agree. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Now we have trees, which is this is really simple. They pretty much just exist on this hole. So one shot hole, minor problem. We're just going to throw ones in there. Okay. That's the first. That's the par 3. All right.
Now, do you normally write down all these numbers in advance and then go back and do your tables?
I will usually, yeah, I write down the measurements, and then other than things you just know in your head, like the trees, or you know, like if there's no elevation on a par 3, I know topography is going to be 0. Then I'm just collecting the measurements and then waiting to do the table.
Okay, just curious on how you guys do it. Do you guys always do it manually on paper, or have you been using an app for a iPad or laptop?
We still do paper.
Okay.
Yeah, we still do paper. But,
all right, I'm good.
All right. Okay, any questions on that one before we jump to, I figured we'd do the par 5, we'll rate it for women. Number 15 at Prairie Greens. Okay, so we got 15, 17, 16.
Hey, Caitlin, can you check and see if Keel's waiting to get back in again too? Don't see him.
It doesn't look like it.
I don't see him.
Yeah, I didn't get a prompt to like accept him or anything. I did when he first called, and I clicked it, and it looked like it accepted him, but I don't know if he needs to sign out back in.
Yeah, he's got problems, but I've got him on the phone. He's listening while he's trying to figure it out.
Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, I think this is the hole here. So we'll.
Yeah, it's the one that goes around the water, or right shore of the water. You're right on it. Zoom in on it. You're good.
Which one are we going to?
15 on Prairie.
I keep pointing at the screen, but you guys can't see my finger.
I can see it.
Right there, right there.
Stop moving around. It's right there.
Yeah. She's all over it.
Okay.
Oh, then she's gonna do it from the opposite side. Which way is she going? All right, there we go.
There we go. Yeah, that's the advanced level. You have to rate it backwards.
Caitlin?
Yeah.
Do you guys, you have a team of female raters? Do you stick by that kind of gold standard of having? Does that even exist anymore? Of having women rate the women's tees and men the men?
A lot of our teams are couples, so there's a mix that way, and they do tend to rate their gender, but there are some of the teams where women rate men's tees and the other way around. So
okay.
Yeah, we do have a mix.
Yeah.
I think where it helps is when you're trying to decide like how a scratch female golfer will hit a shot, or like for me, if I'm trying to picture a scratch male hitting a shot, sometimes like picturing them hitting over a tree, I'm like, it's a little tough to determine like how high can they, would they realistically
Sure.
go over this tree or not? So it does help to have mixed if you can.
Right.
Okay, so this next one, here we go. So we're going to rate this one for women. So we'll use this first T. Real quick, we'll just check this yardage. I'm pretty sure this was relatively close. So in this one, I would probably measure it here to, oh, I need this.
Like about 430.
Yeah, about 430.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're right at 431. So that's perfect,
No yardage inflation at Prairie Green.
No, they're spot on. They've got it. Okay, so we're good there. Let's see. What's the next thing we can check? Go ahead and check maybe elevation.
Elevation is,
Yeah, let's do that.
Shouldn't be any.
Okay, so let's maybe get in here.
about 2 or 3 feet, I think.
All right, so on that T we have 1478.
Yeah.
Wow.
6 feet difference.
Got it?
Yeah, 6 feet. Goes to 1484.
Okay. So we know that doesn't hit the 10. So that's not going to count for, any elevation there. So we can just throw a 0. Normally I would just do a dash, but my Excel is wanting to see that as a minus sign. So, okay. The other, I don't think we have any dog leg here really. I mean, especially from this forward tee, I think they're pretty much going to play it true, even though it'll cut a little there. So I don't think we'll have a dog leg. Forced layup is not likely because we don't have anything crossing the fairway in any way. All right. Let's see. I guess we can go ahead and just figure out their first, maybe for the bogey golfer, their first landing zone here. Okay, so for this golfer, we're going to stop at 285. You can measure from the green, but usually what I don't want path tool, I want line. Okay. I'll usually just take it to the 150 yards. That's their tee, the bogey golfer's tee shot, so that I can get an idea of where they're at. In this case, we know that, that's the end of their landing zone. So they, the roll is about 20. So this is kind of what we're looking at for their area, their landing zone area. Sorry, my mouse is kind of making this tough on me.
That's the scratch?
So this is the the female bogey golfer.
Okay.
All right. So if I were out there, I would go to the middle of this landing zone and I'm gonna measure different things. So I'm gonna start by measuring the width of the fairway. I don't know if there's a first cut here or anything, so I guess we'll just use the edge, I can tell. So it looks like 19 with that one. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that in there. Some other things I would check are, okay, there are 2 bunkers here. So do we have a situation where maybe there's a squeeze? Because their landing zone's up or the end of it's there. But in measuring that, how close does it have to be a squeeze?
30?
30, yep. So we're at 32. So we're just outside. So we're not gonna have any squeeze adjustment there. What's the ground like on this hole by these bunkers? Is it pretty flat?
No, the left bunker is severe bounce down into it.
But in the fairway itself is flat.
Yeah,
So the fairway itself is flat? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So in topography, stance or lie problem, I'd probably just put minor for the, this is for the bogey. Minor in that first landing zone. Okay, the other thing, so this is 19. So we'll just call it 10-ish. So we're measuring this over here is lateral. I'm guessing is that marked red or is it?
I did for this exercise. I did say that all the tall grass areas were played as penalty areas.
Penalty area. Okay. All right. That works. So we have the measurement there of 27. Over here, this looks like it's
Yeah, Keel.
actually 25. 26-ish.
Hey, Caitlin, can you check for Keel's?
Oh yeah. Yep. I see it now. Okay. Is he in?
He's back.
All right.
He's back.
Perfect. Okay, so in this case, this is actually closer than what was over here. So I'm going to note the 26 in the bogey golfer, that first landing zone for them.
But down to the left, where that dark area is, it drops pretty severely there. So you're actually dropping faster.
So is it like up here?
It starts dropping. You can't point at it.
Yeah, the edge of the penalty area, keep going up the hill. It's probably about halfway into the bunker.
So it's up, they mark it up here?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's good to know. Okay. So that will give us a 21. So would you still, in that case, would you consider that, is there some bounce over there or not really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Along that dark green line, that's a ridge.
Yep.
On the left side.
Makes it bounce in.
Yep.
Okay, so let's just put a B. We'll put a B next to that one then. So in that case, even though there's something to the right over here, this is closer, and there's going to be a bounce adjustment, so it's going to be the higher rating. So we'll count that one. The other thing you can factor in is if you think these bunkers are an extreme situation, meaning that, we have that would be something we'd want to note if they're very deep.
The ones on the left are the ones on the right are very flat. Actually.
They still wouldn't qualify as extreme.
Okay.
The ones on the left wouldn't.
No.
Okay. I mean,
I don't know. The one on the left is
You got to take.
probably eye height when you're down in it, or worse.
Just,
So
it
it's
comes
over
up your
7
chest.
feet deep.
Yeah. You're not hitting any kind of a rescue club or a fairway wood out. You're hitting a high iron like an 8-iron and there and just get out of it.
Yeah, the depth over there is substantial.
I'd agree.
Okay. So under the fairway for the bogey, we'll call that, might throw in an E adjustment in there. And we can say yes for yes. An E. All right, so we have that. Let's see, what else do we have? I think when you're considering mounds, you exclude those of bunkers, like any drops into the bunker as mounds, because that's just considered part of the bunker.
Plus, we already called it bounce.
Yeah, so maybe you already kind of accounted for it in the bunker difficulty,
Yep.
Okay, I don't know if let's see, we got the lateral measurement. I think we pretty much got everything from that landing zone for that golfer. Let's go ahead and we'll just do this for the scratch now. So I just know that they The scratch female hits at 210. All right. Okay. So we've got that point. I'm just dragging this up so I know I can get there. Oh, darn it.
Wow. So you go out 220 then?
So this one is there. Gosh, this is touchy. They carry it 190 and it ends up at 210. Yep.
Right.
So this is kind of their landing zone here. All right, so we can kind of use this middle. We can start measuring to a couple things. Okay, so for here, this would qualify as a 30, 34. Okay. What's the stance like in this area? Is it flat like the other?
Yeah, it's pretty flat. The left side's got a little dip, but I think at that point it's pretty flat.
Okay, so we'll just throw minor. We'll do minor in there. The other thing that we're kind of checking is, and you can sort of tell from here anyway, but you would be checking how close this is because this is a scratch golfer. You know, this has to be within of the edge of their landing zone, which was probably about here. The bunker has to be within 20, and it is. So we can say yes to a fairway bunker for that scratch golfer. Now, is this one as extreme as this?
No, only if you get in one of the little nooks there, you might have a little mound to hit over. But for the most part, it's a fireaway.
Okay, so I'd say probably for this golfer, then you wouldn't tag on that E because it's really not. This one's not that close to where they're hitting it. So I think we would just put a yes in this one. All right, our next. Oh, shoot. So what do we put? 30. Okay, so now we're measuring to
All right, whose dog is on the call?
Yeah.
No,
Those
your microphone is on.
those are my dogs, so.
I
we'll go
was
shoot 'em.
worried mine was gonna be acting up today too. I was just a
Just
little
shoot it,
nervous.
Keel.
Okay, so this one is they play this as a red penalty area, so that's 35. Do we have any adjustments we need to do? Like how can a golfer play from that area very often? Or
Yeah.
what
You see the
percent?
dark green to the right is where the heavy grass is.
Yeah.
You don't play out of that easily, but the rest of it's playable.
Okay, so what percent of the time would you say a golfer can find the golf ball and kind of advance it? Like 50%, 75%?
80.
80% of the time they'll be able to play it?
I think so. If you can hit your drive out over the top of that bunker, you're probably able to play the ball out there too.
Okay, so maybe we use maybe we do the percentage adjustment in this case because the golfer can play out of there some of the time, and so we'll say we'll maybe only use 1/4 of the table value, but we'll just make a note here for this one. We'll do a. I think
Well, it's a par 5, and if they can play it and advance it even with a high lofted club, they can probably still reach the green in regulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can still reach the green of regulation no matter what lie you got over there.
Yeah, I mean, you could hack it out over the wedge, and you're still only going to have 175 in or 180 in.
Okay.
Yep, because this is a scratch golfer. This isn't a bogey golfer.
Yeah.
So I agree.
That's what I mean.
I don't think you give it any extra value at all, but that's your
I
call.
wouldn't.
Yep. So maybe so once we get to doing that table value, if that's the one we end up using, we might reduce it a little bit. But when we get up here, we're going to have some stuff coming in pretty darn close.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we might not even use this at all, you know?
And you've got the
I think you need to take into account the out of bounds on the left
Out
way
of
more
bounds.
than
Oh,
worry
yeah.
about
Okay.
the rough
Yep.
on the right.
Yep.
So I think the out of bounds will offset anything we're trying to figure out on the rough on the right.
Okay.
yeah, because
So
it's going to get the K adjustment.
38, that would get the K. Does this keep it from going out, or is it,
Chain link fence.
No.
there's a fence there?
Chain
Chain
link.
link
It'll
fence,
go through.
even if you don't go out, you don't have a swing.
Yeah.
Because you don't get a free drop from a chain link fence, do you?
No,
No,
I'm
no,
very
no.
green.
Yeah. Yeah, you could consider, if you thought the fence was going to keep the golf ball in bounds, which is still less of a penalty than it being out, you could do something there if you wanted, but otherwise we can just do the true, whatever it is.
I think I'd just do it the true out of bounds without any
Okay.
adjustment for either the fence or the small trees that are there.
Okay.
Yeah, because honestly, I think their carry puts them over the fence.
Oh, that was 38, wasn't it?
Yeah, 38.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna, oh, come on now. I'm just gonna leave both, but that OB, that would be with the K. Okay. I don't know if there's anything else we need to get there.
Landing zone 2.
Landing zone 2. So for this one, I'm just gonna go from the green. I think it'll be easier. All right, so landing zone 2 for the bogey is 150. $151 roughly. So this is the edge. Okay. So there's their landing zone there for that bogey. So we would get the measurements here for width. Now I think Tom gets these for you guys maybe ahead of time. So you know, if you were just going to the course and doing this, this is probably how you would do it. But you get a few of the measurements for widths from them, don't you, Tom?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, we do. Yep.
Yep.
And the width of the landing zone is going to be way bigger than the original width anyway.
Yes, for this golfer, that first one was 19. So
Yep.
yeah, this is higher. So you almost don't even have to use it, honestly, because you're not going to take that one. But we'll still, you know, we still want to measure the, I'll just put it down for the sake of it.
Yep.
But yeah, your point that it was 19, this one's 30, it's not gonna. Okay, so now we're gonna measure to this. Is the edge about there?
Looks good.
Okay, 26. Any bounce there, anything?
Not
Nothing.
there.
Okay. So we'll note that. Okay. Oh, we'll just roughly get this. And then is out of bounds to the left still?
That
Yeah.
last house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty far out.
Yep.
So I don't even know if we need to do much with it.
Doesn't come into play too much.
Okay. All right. How's the stance and lie? Is it the same pretty much for the whole entire hole?
To this point, yes. It's down short of the neck. There's a couple of drop-offs.
Yeah, a little bit of moderate slope on the 100 yards in, but not even then. It's not huge.
Okay. So I think we have everything we need from there. I don't think we need to measure anything else.
What was your water number again?
That one was 26. And then, okay, now we have 31 and 21. If we had that situation where the scratch and the bogey are about the same, we just do one measurement for both of them and use the numbers. So 31 and 21, we just go like, 25 and get both, or 30 and get both.
Yeah, good practice.
Yeah.
You're going to be pretty close to the
This
front.
one's going to be, this one's going to be tight.
Which one are you on? You're on the
So
scratch
this,
now?
for the scratch, it's 31, and for the bogey, it's 21. So we're really just going to do it for both at 30, and we'll get, a pretty good idea for both of them. All right, 21.
So that's taking the shot from the swale. Is that what you're saying, Tom?
So you could, if you felt, there's 19.
What was that, Doug?
That's from that swale in front of the green, right?
She's about right in the middle of the swale. Yeah, probably right at the low part, roughly.
Is this a mound?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe, does it come into play? I'm guessing people playing away from the water, you end up kind of over here.
That's quite a ways off the fairway.
This is?
Yeah, I think you could recognize it, but I mean,
that whole complex, it extends to that next mound that's, just left of the green as well. That's we've all been on that before. It's not hideous, but it's.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to recognize it.
So maybe let's just put an M here. That will add something in there. Okay.
It actually protects you from going over toward the next tee box.
Yeah.
Does it keep you in the fairway, or does it get hung up on it?
It usually keeps you, not necessarily doesn't get you back to the fairway, but it keeps you from going into the deeper rough.
Okay. Yeah, so this is, we're looking at 13 yards or so. That's very close. So we'll just.
And there's bounce down there for the hazard now.
Yeah, there's even a bounce into it.
Okay.
Anything right of this green, if it lands, it will go in the water half the time or more.
Okay.
So if it does not even hit the fringe, it will go in the water.
All right, so I don't know if there's anything else from here. We have just our lateral measurements. I think that's about it. So we'll just go ahead and go to this green. In this case, with this green, you might want to measure from here. Let's just get this one. Is 37. And if it's kind of a weird shape like this, you can kind of do an average between. So you might do this measurement, which is, perpendicular to that line we just did at 19. And you might then do another one down here to try to just get the best.
So what are we going with for green size?
14.
36 by about 16. Difference halfway between 19 and 14.
Yep. So 30.
So 26 green size?
37.
That's actually going to be a two times. If we go with 16 and is less than half of 38, so we're going to have to
do a bean and a bean.
Yep. No, we just have to do the A, I think, or B.
Yeah. So we have the two that I had were 17. 17 is the average of those two, and then and then we had 37. Yeah. So what Tom is mentioning is that 2-to-1 situation where we have this one here where 17 can go into 37, you know, at once or twice. So it's a 2 to 1. So what we actually do is this math down here. We take 2 of the short side, 1 of the long, and divide by 3.
Okay, that gets us what?
About 4 of the greens at Prairie Green you have to do this to. They're almost all more than twice deep as they are wide.
And then we're going to divide that by 3. So the number we're going to use is 24.
Perfect.
Yeah, the next 2 greens are in fact 16 and 17 and 8.
They're in a round green out there.
No, they're almost all have that adjustment.
All right. So next thing we'll do is we'll just get this measurement, and as was mentioned earlier, we'll do a bounce, but we'll just do the measurement to the, do they mark it down here?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll say 17, but we're going to do a bounce. Yeah, this was for both, right?
Yep, for both.
All right, so we have that. I mean, you could measure to this, but really it's behind the green. This is so close. It's not even worth measuring because it's not going to be a value you take. So
Right.
when you're actually out there, you could measure it, but it's not going to be, you could save some time and not measure it. Okay, any other factors by the green that would make a difference? Like, do we need to consider mounds? We already kind of said we were going to do that at the landing zone, but is there anything we need to else?
There's really no mounds that are hurtful, I guess. There's a little bit of mounding right there at the S curve of the cart path, but no, it's most of the landing area.
Okay. And what's the contour like of this green?
Moderate.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're probably in that middle category. Okay, I think.
Would anybody disagree with moderate? I mean, it's not, you know.
It's pretty flat. It's a 6. It's a moderate. It does it at 9, 10. I'd call it a 6.
Yeah, so this, let's see, this green is a 10-6 category. So
I was making those up, but yeah.
Yeah, so that we're saying it's a 7-8, which would be kind of in the middle.
Or 6-7.
They had them rolling 10 last year, mid-season.
So this, yeah, and we'll look at that on here. So what so this one falls into this category.
Yep.
So if we're saying it's moderate, we're going to go with the 7-8.
Yep.
Okay. Alrighty, I think we can start working through the book on this one. Okay, let's see. Topography, we didn't have any elevation change. We really didn't have any throughout the hole either. You know, that hole just is flat, right? The entire way.
Yeah, all the rise is in the first 160 yards.
Okay.
Then it's flat.
Okay. So, and if that's the case, let's see, we can jump to 15. Okay, so we said it was, oh, let's roll. Here we go. Flat and a minor problem, so we're just going to put 1s.
Yep.
In for both of those. Okay, now we can go into fairway. So we have a 430, this is for women, so we're going from this right side, a 431 yard par 5, so we're in this bottom column, and we are taking the narrowest width, and that's what we're using. So we're using that 21 for both of them. So that's going to get them to a 7, unless we want to adjust it in any way for width or anything like that. Is it easy to play from the rough, or is it pretty healthy? Don't want to make any changes.
It's decent rough, but it's not killer. It's thick, but
Okay, I think maybe we leave it at a 7 then. I mean, that was a pretty narrow spot, and there's water on the right, so that would be a pretty hard fairway to hit.
yeah, that's a tough shot.
Yep, that looked like a tough one. Okay, so we have that. So let's go to green target. So on this one, we're using the 31 and 21. That 21 was right on the edge of that transition zone, but it didn't qualify because it's just outside that 20 yards. So we're just going to take them as their true measurements. So we have these are going to be pretty low, obviously, because they're just almost chipping onto the green. So 31 to a 24 is a 3. And I don't think we have it.
Are you doing the bogey or the scratch first?
They're both the same.
I entered from the scratch.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So we get to the 24, and then we have bogey. They had were they both? Oh yeah, wait, they were, yeah, we had 31. Yep, that 2, 20, 21. Yeah, we got that, okay. 21 to the 21
24.
is it 3?
Yep, 3's for both.
Okay. And no adjustments there, I don't think.
Correct.
So R&R, we're going to use those 2 values, the 3s. And I can't remember, I think you said 2.5. So down here we have 3 to 2.5. Which one would you say?
2 to 2.5.
Okay. So we'll do a 3 there, but we're going to add 1 for mounds. So that's going to go to a 4. M. And we have the 3 over here, which is a 4. That goes to a 5 with the mounds.
You change that 3 to a 4.
This one?
3M should be 4M because
Oh
it's
yes,
3,
yep,
3
yep.
plus
with,
1. So.
With the adjustment, yep. Good catch. Alrighty, and then I don't think we have anything else really that we need to worry about. Okay, on to bunkers. Now, we did not have greenside bunkers on this.
Correct.
So if that's the case, for that scratch, we're just going to put a 1. I think for the bogey, we'll still, you still count in that extreme situation, even though there aren't any greenside. So that one, I think we'll just bump to a 2 for bunkers, even though there's no.
That makes sense. They're a much bigger factor for the bogey player than the scratch in that regard. Yeah.
I thought we said earlier that the computer automatically figured in a fairway bunker.
The system does. The computer wouldn't stop you from doing it.
I mean, the system is already figuring a fairway bunker.
Yep. Oh yeah, you're right. So this, well, because the fairway bunker was the only thing and there wasn't a green side, normally that would just be 1s, like you're acknowledging a fairway bunker is there. But I think we're going to add 1 more just because that fairway bunker was extreme for that bogey landing zone.
Doesn't the system already have an accounting, doesn't the system already account for fairway bunkers?
It,
Paul, when you say the
still-
system, do you mean the system that we enter into the computer or the system in the book?
The system in the book.
Okay.
you still have to
thought that-
acknowledge that it's there, even though,
So we still
You
have
know,
to add one
you're-
per fairway bunker.
yeah, you still have to acknowledge it's there
Okay.
with the one.
It's
That
like
makes
a
sense.
1 equals a 1, but a 0 equals a 1.
Yep, if it's there. Yep.
Do math.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Get that. All right. Let's see. I think we can get to lateral stuff. We didn't have a crossing. All right, we have a lot going on. So I think the ones that we'll probably check are the full shot to these 13 with a bounce is probably going to be our highest number. You could technically calculate out each of these and take the highest number, but you'll start to see from experience it's the ones where you're hitting a full shot into a really tight area. At the green, you know, it's almost just as close, but they're hitting only 20 and 30 yard shots into it. So that value is not going to be very high. It's not going to be a very high table value. So I think our best bet is to do this landing zone that was by the green, because they're taking a full shot. For the scratch, they're hitting their 190 shot. So we'll use this row. To a 13, which is a 6 plus a bounce is a 7. I'm just going to put that here for now because I think that's, I mean.
Yeah, I was
Nope.
look for the highest one that makes sense and then check
Yep.
your work.
Yep. So then for the bogey, we'll do the same. Their second shot value, 130, is a 6 plus 1 is a 7. Just to show you, okay, the ones where the scratch, it was less at the green, it was less. They were at 30 to a 17 plus a bounce is a 3 compared to the 7. Same for the
Yeah, if you did it that way, it would completely change the rating of that hole, because that's the toughest hole in the golf course.
Yeah. So does that make sense to everybody?
Can you go back to the bogey rating on the lateral obstacle, how you got to 7?
Yeah, sure thing.
So
bogey,
it is there. I'm sorry, I get it now. Their third shot was still a full shot, and it's to a 13. So got it.
This one is only used for a tee shot.
Yep.
This one's for their next full shot.
No, I got it.
Yep. Okay. So I think we're good. I think we're good there. Just looking at those numbers, that's going to give us the highest value. Trees, there really aren't very many trees.
There are, gosh,
These, I mean,
For the women, they're not even in play.
yeah, these are technically, well, what is that? That's 50. Yeah, it might.
you got to just give it a 1 because there's just one up by the green.
And these are probably out of bounds, or are they inbounds?
They're inbound.
They are.
Okay. So yeah, I'd say let's just give them a 1 for
Yep.
pretty much existing. Or I think 2 is the minimum for a 2-shot hole, 2 or more shot hole. So yeah, we'll just give it 2s, which is basically just saying they are there. I think that's it. Anything
We
else?
haven't decided on the green yet. Green surface.
Oh yeah, green
Did
surface.
you
I
guys
think,
decide 7/8? What speed are we going at, Tom?
I haven't.
he
What did I
said-
say? 10 and a half?
10. Yeah.
yeah, 10-6.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was just a really good example of those competing values. You know, that kind of what we just talked about is that we're not toting them all up each individually. We have to find the highest value, and then in the lateral, if there were two values that were 5 or greater, then there would be an additional adjustment. Is that right?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, we didn't. That would be maybe on that tee shot to a.
No, the bogey player might on their second and third shots.
On their second, you're right. That one might get them to a 5. Yeah, you're right. That could be another adjustment that we put in there.
I think it would be an 8B, whatever. Is it 2 or 3?
Yep, the 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, greater than the 5. Yeah, we'll just look at that on here real quick.
So what does that say?
So we have the, because that one, it would still be the full to a 21, which is a 5 plus a bounce is a 6. So it would fall into this for them. So 5 or greater. So we had the 6 and a 7.
I think that's actually two 13. More.
So would we add 2?
I think so. I think it gets to 9.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of water. I would absolutely think it's greater than 5.
Yeah, good catch on that one. There we go. So we'll do, yep, 9 with a bounce and 2 because it comes into play for that bogey back here.
Actually, right. It's in the sets at the second shot, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Right up here. That's here and here.
They hit right at this neck right there where the water comes in, and then they hit it again.
Yep.
Okay. That was fun.
That was fun. Do you want to do the full rating on that one, or just look at a particular thing?
Let's just go look at the forced layup. Maybe is the only one.
Okay.
Just to review a good example of that at Mini.
Yep.
I don't think we need to go through all of the other stuff.
I think most of it will be the same, other than just the forced layup idea. Okay. So
might have an elevation change from.
And elevation as well. Yep.
Oh yeah, you do. I did see that by the tee. The tee must be really elevated.
Yes.
All right. So let's see. That's hole number 1, right?
Yeah, you're right on it. Not quite.
The parking lot right between the clubhouse and the house.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah. No.
She was pointing the right way.
This little
guy. That's the one. That's the dude.
Okay, so this one, I was going to look at a male golfer. So we'll use those landing zones for that one. So I think on this one, what we'll do is we'll just look at what this crossing, what the layup and the crossing end up being.
Yes.
We also can look at elevation, which
tee do you want to do?
I think we're going to do this white tee, maybe.
The back one, yeah.
332.
332.
Yeah. Okay. So here we have the elevation of 1434. And then down here at the green.
Have the Mini high guys estimate how high it is.
Yeah.
Gotta be about 25 feet. I mean, my guess.
Yeah.
It is 25 feet.
20, yeah, 23? No?
23, yeah.
Yeah, 23.
All right.
Okay.
At 30, it's at 13, so it's 25. That's right.
So we'll just throw. I think actually, what were we? Yeah, 23. if we were on 25, it would actually bump, I think, to the next category up when we're looking at that thing. But we'll look at that before we go, just that since it's the first one with elevation. Okay, so to kind of show you where this golfer is going to go, that scratch golfer, well, the bogey golfer ends up, they hit their shot 200 is where it ends up. So they actually don't have a situation where they're forced to lay up because their shot, you know, they actually end up in a perfect spot here on this hole. Now the scratch ends up, they, you know, hit a 250 yard shot. So that puts them right in the middle of that creek, river. So what you have to decide as a rater is where you're going to lay them up to. Typically, we don't put them right on the edge like that. I mean, I think most golfers, if they're using strategy, probably lay up maybe a few yards short of that.
I think you could use the yardage for both the bogey and the scratch as far as
yeah. If you decided that's
covered
what
into
is an ideal spot, you could end up using both. Yeah,
I agree.
definitely if you wanted.
Because that would leave them 125 into the green, yeah.
right.
Would that be a good? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
because
sense.
otherwise a typical golfer will usually lay up to 100 yards, but that's still putting you in the creek, so it don't even matter. So yeah.
Yeah, sometimes we'll still even do like, they probably will hit it up here if there's a bigger difference, but since that bogey golfers one is right there, yeah, we can just lay them up to that. So the way we're going to figure that out, we have let's see, we're laying them up to 200. So that's easy math as far as, you know, how much longer is this hole playing for that scratch golfer, because they can't, you know, advance to their normal spot. So in the forced layup for the scratch golfer, what number are we going to put in?
How many yards?
So you're gonna
Plus 50, I think.
Plus 50, yeah.
Yep, exactly, plus 50.
Oh, I see.
Because they were here. The hole's essentially playing 50 yards longer for them now because we have to bump them back 50 yards. So that's kind of the whole idea with the layup.
All right. So what was the total yardage before we started for the scratch?
It was
332.
332.
So we're bumping that up to 50.
That stays the same, but their approach shot distance is going to change. They're no longer hitting in from 80. They're going to hit in from the same distance as the bogey golfer. So that's where we would adjust. You have you know, their normal approach shot was 82, but their adjusted approach shot because of that is going to be 200.
Huh.
Or no, I'm sorry,
No, no, no.
132. 132. The
132.
same as the same as the bogey.
I got the exact numbers. We're good. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. The other thing when that happens that you just want to note is that, you know, we make a couple adjustments in two different places if a golfer is hitting a layup shot. So the two places that comes into play is fairway, which we have on page 23. Here. So we're not going to go through getting that value, but anyway.
Yeah, just always, I think it's just a good idea to, even if you think you know what you're doing, to rip down that list of adjustments, because you'll forget one.
Yep. And then the other place that it's in is R&R, which is 29. Here. And it kind of makes sense when you're thinking of it logically, like R&R takes in those things that the difficulties around our landing zones by the green and all that. Well, if we're hitting an iron or if we're hitting a shorter club, we're probably not going to be affected by that as much.
Yep.
So it kind of makes sense for that, as well as, no, that doesn't need to go there. It's in there and there.
Whatever the number is in L. Yeah.
Yep. Do you want to?
I'll just do the crossing one more time, just to
Okay.
get everybody in tune with the. So now we're sitting there both at 132.
Yep.
Shouldn't be probably anything for the scratch player, I would imagine, but the
Yeah,
bogey
it has
player,
to be pretty long.
maybe
So
within 100
again, I'll
yards.
just measure to the edge and we'll just add 10 roughly. So we'll
No,
call it
70.
73.
Yeah, and then so the bogey would get a crossing value there.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
That was always a big rite of passage growing up at the country club, is getting the cross the dang river. About the 8 times you had to do it.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, the only other thing I was gonna just show you was that what that chart is for elevation, so you guys can see, because we haven't done it yet.
Yep.
All right, where are you now?
Says page 7 somewhere.
Page 16, are you looking for elevation?
Oh,
Elevation
actually, no,
looks
I'm
like-
sorry. We don't need to look at that. That would only be on the approach shot.
Doesn't have yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're just
Doesn't matter on the tee.
You're just adding it to the length.
We're just adding it up here. 23. Yep, that would only be if it was on the approach. Yeah, I think that's all.
Can we see the hole again? Because I noticed that
Yeah.
that this, it's clear back in 1991. The bunkers on the left there have changed totally.
Of how much they surround it. Did they add some more?
Yeah, it's all one bunker now.
Oh yeah, the timestamp's 91.
Yeah.
Huh, mine says 2017. You guys got some
It
old
says
stuff.
17 and it's not with 2 bunkers.
Yeah, I got 2
But didn't you
bunkers.
guys redo it for the, didn't you do it?
That 1991 doesn't mean anything down there. That's the imagery date over in the stats on the right.
Well, 2017. Okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
But and that was changed for the Sanford International though last year or year before.
No, it's changed before that one.
Oh, this, I wonder if this is
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
the most recent
Other
than this one. You know,
I've never figured that out. I don't know what that means. I just know it's what matters is the one on the right.
from the
Yeah.
beginning.
Used to be 1, yeah.
All right. Well, does anybody have any additional questions on that stuff? Thanks for all the questions while we were going.
well, I guess I have a question.
Yeah.
Any tips or not tips? Is there anything you guys do to prepare that's different than what we do to prepare in advance? I'm just curious if there's what you guys do when you're starting to prepare to go for go rate a course.
Yeah.
Do you guys have different committees or?
Yeah. So how our teams work? We're down 1 team from last year, but we typically have 5 teams around the state. Around 40 total raters, and we have a captain for each region. And so we gather info from the club, and then we pass that information on to the captains, and they do all of this they do most of the prep of measuring things. But they measure quite a bit. Like I mentioned before, all of those things they're measuring ahead of time to try to make it quicker. The teams are a little bit different. They kind of have different strategies. There's one team that they have at least 6 raters at one time, and what they do is they like leapfrog each other. So they'll take the one will take like the odd holes, and the other will take the even, and they hopscotch each other, or they like leapfrog each other to make it go quicker. So that's one of our teams actually does that. With the central team, because our staff's close, sometimes we'll make sure that we have enough raters, and we'll split it up with front 9, back 9, so that it makes it go faster. But if you're not doing that, then we're doing the pre-measurements like you saw here, and then we're going out there and rating fairway widths, doing all those type of things. Kind of similar to what we're doing on this.
What we've done is, if we have enough raters, we'll have one team do from the men's tee, and the other one from the women's tee.
Yep. Yeah, we'll usually split up the men's and women's tees between, if we're all rating, if we're not splitting it up, we'll do it that way too. I think some teams, they have a person who's kind of the designated person at the green, and so they always go up and just start measuring the stuff at the green. I think some teams do that too, as a way to speed it up.
How many people on a team?
I'd say for the most part, 4 to 6 go on a rating. Yeah.
Okay.
The minimum,
definitely
the minimum
think
USGA 3.
You go ahead.
Oh no, I was just the minimum USGA requirement is 3. I think at least 3 people.
Well, this has been real helpful.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Kaylin. That's awesome.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. For those who are new, I know it's probably overload, but it does make a huge difference when you get to see it in person. It makes a lot more sense. But
Yeah, I
I think it helps if we do a couple too.
Yeah, usually it takes 3 or 4 holes before I start remembering what the hell I did the year before. So
yeah, me too.
at least now I feel like, okay, I'm ready to go again.
Yep.
Yeah, I think what I'll do here shortly is look ahead and try to map out a date to just do, for at least for local guys here, a couple of holes in the field. But I do think sending the video of this out to everybody will be great, and even for you guys who are here, to have to look back and review something. So.
All right. Well.
Thanks. Yeah,
Thanks.
thanks. It was interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let us know, Tom, when we're going to meet.
Yep.
Just as our group or whatever, to go over schedules or stuff. I'd like to map things out if we could get past some of this stuff.
Well, we're going to have to kind of see with the pandemic what that might.
Yeah, Caitlin and I were talking a little bit about this. I mean, it, especially for local teams, I mean, they all drive to, their own cars and go somewhere and get in their own separate golf cart and stay far enough away. We should be able to do stuff, I think, even on certainly under the current protocols. Packing 4 guys in a Suburban and heading out to Dakota Trails probably isn't the best idea at the moment,
No.
but we can figure that out. But I will do that, Pat. I will work on both a kind of a master plan and then try to get together, and then I'll try to make a trip out to Rapid and meet with you guys that are in the hills and do a little review and on-course demo, and then I think we'll be good to go.
Yeah, because I honestly wouldn't mind having a video meeting, week prior to when we're going to do a course, just to go over any challenges we had. I think it'll go just that much faster, but that's just, my thought. Maybe we could do it.
Yeah. And I plan to, in my when I contact courses that are on the list and trying to get it set up, I mean, I'm going to want to verify, take a look at Google Earth, the recent imagery, and let me know if it's, if it's accurate. I mean, even if they're fairway mower, they mowed a fairway, a little bit different, it's not the chances of it affecting the rating are pretty slim. So I think as long as Google Earth is accurate, I think the more we can do there, the better it'll be in the field.
The challenge has always been trying to get the information from the courses.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me know, Tom, if you want me to print us any new bags. I just put mine in.
All right. All right. Hey, thanks everybody. And I'll echo what Caitlin said. We appreciate your efforts in helping us, and it's going to be a busy couple years, but I think once we get back out ahead of it, then we can just look at doing regular re-rates and renovations and stuff like that. So
yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Caitlin.
You're welcome.
Today, but he's been on all day.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey,
Right.
guys.
All right. See ya.
Yeah.